Hey Jack, can you hear me, Jack? Jack, are you on Facebook? Hi Jay. Hi Frank. Um, I'm checking in a bit earlier, 15 minutes early. I thought you guys would be in. I want to have a conversation with Jack, but it's okay. You're right, Frank. Yeah, Jack, you should just be encouraged that um, you understand how you feel. Well, for me, I do. I lost my best friend. Uh, when we were very young, I guess I was like what, 12, 10, 10, 12. He was my best friend. For many years. We played football together. We do a lot of stuff, and one night, he was in his tuition class. He was crossing the road, and it was like about 9 p.m. He was run over by two cars. So he was run over by one car, and then the other car came behind and ran him over again. He was dead on the spot. But the sad thing was, I didn't knew about it until the next day when we went to school, and teachers to us, and I just broke down and cried. Still remember to this day. I was about 10. I remember vividly that we went to visit the parents, right, in their house, and I couldn't stop on noticing the mother looking at me intently, because we were quite similar. Like, we had the same hairstyle. We were like almost, crew cut. And then the dad told us that the mother was actually waiting for him to come back, and he actually didn't. And when weeks later, months later, the father knew my father, so he kind of feel in, and he was telling my dad that his mom was whining for him, was crying for him every night at the corridor. That she would still be waiting for him to come back, and that took a chunk out of my heart back then. So I know how you feel, Jack. I know exactly how you feel. He was a good friend, it's a big loss, and I don't want to be the one to say this, but that's part of life. Yeah, yeah, I know. Hey, hi guys, Scott. How are you, Scott? Hey, Lamb. Jack? Is that you, Jack? Oh no, who is this? Lamb. Alright, cool. Yes, just Jack. What? You're still working on your little project? Mm-hmm. Thank you. Abominable music. Welcome. Hi, Gwenta. How are you? Hi, Maurice. Yes, just in time. Jack, if you're in Facebook, hit me up on John is Too Loud, like that page, and we can talk there. Yeah, we can talk there, and if I mean, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's good to have you, Frank. It is. It's time to see you around anyway, so you must this is the first time I actually saw you, Frank. Well, welcome. Yes, Jack. I understand. It's hard to circumvent grief. It's a struggle because sometimes we're just not ready, especially for someone dear to us who have passed away suddenly. Or it's really hard for us to circumvent that. And I have my fair share. I have my fair share of people. I lost my fair share of people that I love and respect, and it's never easy. But God has given me the grace to overcome grief every time, so that I claim onto the promise that that He will comfort my heart, that He will put peace in my heart, and this is why I want to tell you, Jack, that that God will put peace in your heart. I pray that God will put peace in your heart, and God will comfort you at this time. It's hard, God. Jesus understand what is it like, when He lost His good friend Lazarus. And there are many times where Jesus showed compassion in the Bible. And in any case, I just pray that God will put peace and comfort into your heart, Jack, to tide you over this period. It's hard, but you'll get by, right? Hey, Maurice, I'm good. I just finished a video. In case you guys don't know, I'm gonna put the link down. This is the what is this? John John Page guitar that I featured on Wednesday. So I finally did a video. In case you guys haven't checked it out, I'm gonna put the link down, so you might want to check it out at the same time or later, whatever turns you on. Okay. Oh, great. That's good to know, Jack. How is it Yeah. Hi, Jeremy. How are you? Welcome. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy your, the videos I came out with. Hi, North Dwarf. How are you? Excuse me. Just had me dinner. Late dinner. Chomosito. Hola, amigo. Hola. Okay. ¿Cómo está? Sí, bueno. My Spanish is so, so I hope you can type English, because my Spanish is bad. Right. Maurice, by the way, you inspired me to buy my first electric guitar. Oh, okay. So which one do you get, Maurice? Which guitar do you get? It's not even 12 yet. No, I'm still early. I'm 15 minutes early, so I'm gonna chill a little bit. Wait for you guys to come in. It's okay, Jomasito. As long as you understand what I'm talking about, and if you want to ask your question, you can always type your Spanish here, but then I got to copy it and translate. So you might want to translate it first and paste it here, so it's easier. Yeah, then I will answer you, and then you can kind of translate it back. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so you understand it very well, but you can talk it that well. Cool. Claude, Claude Tam, you're from Hong Kong. Thank you. You got a fine name, Claude. Claude, you know, that will remind me of a French Monsieur Claude. You got a nice name, Claude. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, guys. Oh, okay, that's a long time ago. Yeah, that's a long. Thank you, thank you. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, hi Tony. How are you? So Jack, the package came out tore up, but are the contents okay? I mean, are the kit set and everything? And there's no scratches, nothing. Doug Bullet, hi. Where you from, Doug Bullet? I wanted to ask who your inspirations were. Your playing is very unique. Thank you. Well, I have a lot of inspiration because I listen to a whole lot of people. As you might well know, I stick mostly to rock and pop. So my jazz influence are, you know, just run of the mill. But I was really into Larry Carlton when he was playing jazz, but more like blues, jazz, and Lee Ratner because I for the life of me, I couldn't interpret half the things that he done. Especially in that Captain Fingers album. If you guys haven't checked it out, go and check it out. Captain Fingers, I think one of his first album. In fact, I think it's his first album. He was so good in that album, and you had great players like Harvey Mason, Abraham Liberal, you know, the cats, you know, and he was on fire. He was young then, so he was really good. He blew me away. Yeah, he was my guitar hero for a long spell. And then I heard about Larry Carlton, and then, you know, just kind of listened to both of them before I found out about Steve Lukather, and then that's where everything kind of gel in with all the studio cats, you know, the studio musicians, and that's where I got my inspiration from. And of course, there are the guitarists from the bands, you know, yeah. So, Jomosito, wait, do you make music? You mean now? I don't. I'll start and play in the live stream. I just answer questions if you have questions. And yes, I do make music. I do compose music. If that's what you mean. I do compose music. Doug, you're from UK. Great. Just hang on for a while. There'll be a couple of chaps who will join us later because they're. Alan is from UK. There you go. There's a couple of them who are from UK, and you're in fine company. So, Doug, your question was, what's your question? Yeah, I actually answered your question, so it's good. Hi, Romeo Zulu. RZ. Yeah, I was a signaler once. I mean, well, signal. You know, signaling is part of my trade craft when I was in the army. Thank you, Frank. Thank you so much. I want to hear you play the LTD you got of that Viper. I'm in love with that guitar. I have 16. I'm fixing to buy that one. Well, Jack, it's been discontinued. You can't find it anymore. But I'm gonna tell you a little bit about the Viper later on. Okay. You know what? You can still get it if you want to. I'll put a link down below later on. As long as I find out where it is, you know, I can find it, but I'll put a link down for those who are interested in getting the Viper. It's no more in production, so it's a one-off. Well, not really a one-off. This is a continuous thing, but it's a great guitar. Yeah. Alan, hi from Chester. I know who you are, Alan. Hi, William Whitman, Pennsylvania, USA. How you guys doing? I mean, in Pennsylvania, I mean, everything okay? Are you guys staying safe? Alright, Jack, everything was wonderfully packed when I got to the box with the contents. There was no damage, just outside. Okay, that's cool. I'm happy. I'm glad. Frank, dinner time perfect. Okay. I never got to catch live stream and join this so much. What time is it right now right now in Germany? It's 6 p.m. Okay, it's 11 a.m. in Metro East St. Louis. Ooh, what's early? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I remember when Tony did an interview with me. It was real early, like 10 a.m. for you guys, right? Yeah. In Chile, it's 11 a.m. So wow, same time zone as St. Louis. That's amazing. Well, it's like gonna hit 12 a.m. soon. If I turn into a pumpkin. If I turn into a rat, I mean, okay. William Whitman, how do I decide what type style of electric guitar to buy for my first tally, Strat, single cut, double cut? Well, it really depends on what genre of music you are really into. If you are, if I knew what I knew now back when I first started playing guitar, I would buy a Strat, and I'll tell you why. I'll buy a Strat because not because I fell in love with the Strat much later on, and I got into playing Strat all my life. But because with the Strat, I have the best of everything. I have get a single double, single humbucker Strat with a tremolo arm, and you understand the whole nuance of playing with a tremolo system. Single coil pickups as opposed to humbuckers, and that's the way to go because the Strat is truly versatile. So you can play all sorts of music with the Stratocaster, blues, pop, jazz, whatever, and rock, and you can get by. So it's a good guitar. It's a good. I think it's for a first guitar, it's the best because you learn everything, and then subsequently after that, when you kind of like improve a whole lot, then you might want to think about getting a Les Paul or a Telecaster, or something in between. So that is basically up to you much later on. But as your first guitar, my recommendation would be a Strat or a Strat style guitar. Yep. I didn't realize that Eric Carter had his own. Oh really? Do they? I didn't know that. Hey Claude, yes. When you improvise, how do you start? Licks, arpeggios, paratonic, or simply play what came to your mind? Well, basically, I approach it in a more of a melodic sense. Just hang on. Okay, I just might play some guitar, but let me just set it up first because I don't know what in the world is happening here. I wasn't planning to play guitar tonight. Yeah, guitar lessons. Alright, so in case you're wondering why I plug in my guitar, I'm using this. And this is the. Can you see this? Can't see this? Out of focus, right? So the oh, there you go. So this is the Line 6 relay G10. See this? Is it on focus now? Is it on focus? Oh my good lord, it's taking so long. Why is it taking so long? Okay, so you need to cover my face. Yeah, so this is a G10S, and it's so convenient for me because no more wires in the room. Okay, let's see whether I have some sound on this. Yeah, got it. So, pertaining to your question, Wait, let me just answer this guy first, because in case I just ran over everything and I'll just forget. Listen to John. I have a Les Paul and Natalie. Frank, you're asking, and I really want to Strat. Okay, you play both CD blues. That's good. Jack, you're saying, I'd like to know what kind of Seymour Duncan pickups would you choose? I play a mixture of blues, southern rock, heavy metal. I don't do lower than D. There's a couple of Seymour Duncans that just right up your alley, Jack. You might want to check out the Seymour Duncan website, because there's a whole lot. Pretty Gaze is a real good pickup, for Seymour Duncan. Right. Okay, so coming back to you, Claude. When I approach a song, like I said, I approach it in a very melodic way. So I'm thinking of it like, how do I make melodies out of whatever I'm doing, instead of like, just playing a bunch of notes. There's a time and place for playing a bunch of notes, of course. But like in a moderate tempo to like a slow ballad, or whatever, I would think of melodies first, and that's how I approach it. Whether it's pentatonic, major pentatonic, whatever modes you're doing, it doesn't matter. It just, as long as you know what you're doing, right? So you can have a mixture of say Dorian, or or a Mixolydian scale, even a touch of Lydian, whatever you want to do, as long as you get a certain melody out of it. And I think the trick is, of course, the chords that you're going to play over. So if there are like weird chords, like for example, if I were to do like say G, right? Now why is everything like bursting out this way? Ah, okay. Okay, thank you. All right, all right. I turn off the mic. I turn off the mic. Thank you. That's Jay. That's my godson from LA. Yeah, he called me. He called me just to tell me that my microphone is not on. Okay. So, good thing you called it. I didn't even know. Yeah, my mic is not on. I know. Now I know. Okay, so you missed my lesson. Hi, Walls of Jericho. Oh, I see a whole lot of you guys here. Hi, Kim. How are you, Kim? Okay. Hi, Leonard. Okay, coming back to what Claude was asking me. He was asking me about how do I approach my guitar solo, right? So I was saying that I don't approach it in any sense like a pentatonic or whatever it is. I approach it in a way where I think of melodies. So the melodies, I try to approach it melodically. So a solo doesn't mean anything, you know, if it doesn't make sense to that piece of music that is within. You can play a whole bunch of notes, and there are time and places where you can play a whole bunch of notes. But in my experience, most of the time, a memorial solo are the ones that has some sort of melody structure to it. And my take is that if I have to be really aware of what are the chords that I'm going to play on top of. And it is kind of a funky chord, a weird chord that is not out of the ordinary. I have to take note of that. You know, if in the key of A, if I'm going to play like, and these are all like really normal chords, right? Right? But out of nowhere, if you have a chord that goes, and that's where, you know, you hit the notes that makes up the chord. So in this case, I'm playing for an A, and I'm just starting on an A major scale. Then when I hit the D minor, the only note that's different, that's out of the ordinary, is the F. So I'll make it a point to hit the F. You know, and depending on what you want to do, you might want to hit the D, the D or the C. In fact, if you hit the C, it'll be really nice, right? Right. So that's something like you can always extend what you're playing by just going around and figuring out the lines, and that's how I construct a solo, but not in such a slow format. You know, I'm kind of like figuring it out as I go, so as on the fly. So one way you can do this is through the looper. So if you're gonna loop, just do a loop, you know, and then you can just play. How I approach it, and if it goes to a different chord, then fine. Just find which are the notes that are not in the A major scale, and make it a point to kind of emphasize, or to emphasize on that weird note that makes up the weird chord, and that's one way I do it. But the other way is, of course, you can just free fall and just go, knowing where you're gonna play, and knowing the little hooks, right, that you have kept into a memory bank at the back, and you know, stuff like, you know, all the double stuff. So this can play a part of your solo, you know, if you want. If you want to hit the D minor again. And of course the bends. And just when you're learning how to play lines and stuff like that, you just remember some of the hooks, some of the lines that you like, and just commit it into memory. And after a while, you get stored in your memory bank. But like anything, like especially language, you know, you need to speak it, you need to use it constantly so that you're more familiar with it. And then as you go along, you can kind of like you know, add it, kind of change it in a way. Like if you're gonna do like a band, for example, this line, right? I could do, instead of bending up, I'll have already bent up and I'll come down. So that's a whole different take from. And try over bending, like right? Do over bends, you know. So all that are you need to hone in your basic skills like bends, you know, getting strength into your fingers. But your melodic sense has to be sharpened in for lack of better words, to sharpen by hearing a whole lot of music and knowing what you can and understanding what you can do to that piece of music that you're playing. Yeah. So I hope that makes sense. Wow. Hi, Orion. You're always the one who call me uncle. Hey, Ronnie. This guy, Ronnie O'Rourke, you know, he always make me laugh. Every time he has a statement out, whether it's a statement on one of my videos or anything. I mean, I love you, Ronnie. I love you, Mr. O'Rourke. You're a fine lad. Your mic has been off since 2014. Can you please recap on everything you have said from now onwards? No. There were certain things that I didn't want to. I just don't want to repeat myself. You have to learn to read from the lips. That's good. Okay, so you guys just cracked me up. Yeah, sorry about that mic. No, it wasn't spoiled or anything. It's just an on-off switch there, so I just turned it off. Martin. No, I don't want to be president. Oh, in case you guys didn't know, we just had election yesterday. I stay up the whole morning until about 4:30 yesterday. Yeah, and well, the ruling party is still holding the majority seat. So yeah, but we have an increase of a constituency. So a constituency is like, you know, like a mini state in the United States. Like you have different states in America, but so we have different constituencies. So there was an increase, so now we have 3 opposition constituency as opposed to the rest. And yeah, so that's it. It was a holiday yesterday because of an election. And unlike certain countries, we couldn't vote online, so we had to go down physically to the voting booth and put in a chop physically, and that's how old school we can be. Yeah, so it's fun. I mean, providing you have to wait for a couple of hours, like some of them did, especially in bigger constituency, bigger places, bigger estates, you know, where they have like 100 over people staying, 100,000 people staying. So the queue might be long, and you know, Singapore is a bit unforgiving when it comes to the heat. So there were like a lot of old people, you know, wheelchairs. So yeah, but they were given the priority queue. So, but then you must remember there's a whole lot of elderly people in Singapore as the generation grows older. I'm one of them soon. I'm gonna be one of them soon. Right, okay, Claude. I hope you get something out of it. Hey, thank you, Chris, for that, for the coffee. Thank you, Paradox. Thank you so much. William Whitman. Oh. Martin, I think my mom gave me the best first name ever. Yeah. Hey, hi Paul, come stai? I'm okay. I'm writing chat her, but I have not. Huh? Here, but I have no audio or video feed. Oh, you can't hear me? But the rest of the guys can hear me, right? So this is okay. Any more questions? Hey, Jack the Lamb, are you still around? Someone was asking me about G&L guitars. What about G&L guitars? Someone was asking me about G&L guitars. What about it? Do I still play my G&L? Yes, I do. Oh, Chris, you have a question. How is the clean sound of that LTD? I noticed SG type of guitars have a great clean sound. It's perfect for pop, except for its looks. Yeah, I don't care about its looks. I mean, I just like the way it feels on the fretboard and the way it sounds. It's a bit, yeah, I don't know. It's okay. It's not that sharp, but there's no taper, right? So you can feel the edge. This is 0 10s, right? But it doesn't feel like 0 10s. I guess it's because of the scale length. You know, this is a normal scale length. Well, no, this is like the same as the Les Paul. So yeah, it makes it so easy to play. And you know, if you guys don't know, the traditional SG has 22 frets. This is 24. I don't know when am I able to play such high notes, you know, for a solo. But we'll see. Okay, so where you guys are? Okay, let's go get some ice cream. Okay, get one for me too. Hey, Minuano, good. Hi. Appreciate your suggestion on G&L Tribute. Did my research going to be my next purchase in about 2 months? Okay, cool. Which one are you getting? Okay. Oh, okay. No audio. Oh. Which one did you get, Minuano? The G&L Tribute. Chris, it's nothing a good setup can fix, but I can hear from my stereo monitors those pop sounds very dynamic. Yeah, it does. Yeah. EMGs, man, you just can't go wrong with EMGs. In fact, this is like if I were to look for a elective pickup, EMG always come to mind. I just like how it sounds with the crunch. This guitar is just made for rock. You know what? Yes, I think I mentioned it in the review. It has super jumbo frets, right? It's not just your run-of-the-mill jumbo frets. It's super jumbo. So anywho, this is the wrap. I actually got my permission from my wife. Yeah. And the fact that I had a good deal for this, so I guess this is a keep. In case you're wondering what guitar is this, I'm still wondering too. this cute little thing is from Headway. Headway is a guitar company from Japan, and they make really good guitars. And this is actually made in Japan. Right, and it reminds me of those, those Japanese utensils, like they have, like when you go to a Japanese restaurant, when you order like sushi and all that, and you find these cute little boxes where they keep all the chopsticks and the wasabi, not wasabi, and chopsticks and whatever you have, the spoons, this is nice. And then sometimes when you serve you a bento set, it comes in, and that reminds me of it, exactly like the lacquer, This is actually a travel guitar, real short scale. It comes with a nice bag. It's outside anyway, I guess. Yeah, you can actually carry it, and it's real light. This is like for traveling. Okay, I'm gonna tune a little bit and play a little bit for you. Hi, DBs. Have you found an acrylic pickguard for your paisley? I actually did. The problem is that it came in with the holes already there, right? So, but it doesn't match with the actual holes on the black paisley, and it's just doesn't look good if I'm gonna drill another hole and you have that existing hole there. So, yeah, me and Wayne decided not to go ahead and return that acrylic pickguard. But we can always make one if we want to. But so far I haven't found anyone who can actually do one for me. Okay, this doesn't sound like your regular guitar because you can't. You cannot compare this to a D28. But for its price, for its size. Oh. You want to hear this? I'll put it real close. You can hear this. Yeah, I mean, small guitar, small sound, but for its size, yeah, this would be good for, like, traveling, you're on the beach, stuff like that. You could probably use this when you need something portable. Hey, Jack the Rabbit, you're finally here. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, it's a nice looking guitar, really artistically done. Like I said, remind me of the Japanese utensil that you find in the sushi place. Right? I like this. It's so Japanese. So this is the Osamuraisan. Osamuraisan. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna do this review soon. And you're gonna probably hear it properly mic'd up, with the tube mic. It probably sound a little bit better, but then again, I don't think there's any much of a difference. Alright, the gang's over here, I guess. Just waiting for Ian to drop by. Yeah, so Debbie's, do you manage to find a acrylic pickguard for your black paisley? Now, I'm sorry, I just lost you there. So me and Wayne actually kind of decided, like, in order for the acrylic pickguard to be in such a way where I can still show the paisley design, but yet not show the innards of the pickups and everything. So we kind of decided maybe we should just like spray that part, like in black or something, and just obscure that portion, and then just highlight whatever is underneath the acrylic that features the paisley design. So I'm still finding out a manufacturer who can actually do that, can do this shape, custom made and with the holes punching the right way. So I have no rush. Actually I quite like the way it is right now without any changes to the pickguard. Thank you, Tony. I'm hearing that your daughter is looking to learn guitar. It's cool. Your son? Is your son? Wow. Oh, cool, Munano. You got the S500 Vintage White. That's a great guitar. Yeah. Okay, mind you, sometimes there'll be like a difference in tone between the Fullerton Deluxe and the Tribute. My experience with some of the Tributes is that I actually play on a Comanche, a Tribute Comanche, and it didn't sound the same as the Fullerton Deluxe Comanche. It could be the pickup, it could be the wood, it could be a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, that's been my experience. So I hope you get the right one. I mean, hope you get a good one, the S500, because the S500 is a kick-ass Stratocaster kind of guitar. All right, okay, Tony, your son. So are you teaching him, Tony? Are you teaching him? I was thinking of photocopying. I was thinking of photocopying the back of the guitar, and then put it under the pickguard, so I won't have to spray. Well, you can do that. It depends on your what material are you putting your photocopying on. If it's gonna be like paper, it's not gonna last very long. Yeah, sweat, grind, beer, whatever. Dribble. Okay, how many of you guys, hands up, when you guys are like playing guitar and you're really like concentrating on what you're playing, like you're bending over and you're like noodling and then your mouth is open and then out comes the dribble. How many of you guys have done that before? Hands up. Because I've done it many times. I even did it once when I was performing, but not in a concert, in the ministry, and I was so tired, but I was playing and I was like half asleep. I was so tired because we were like moving stuff in and out in that ministry. I was carrying speakers and stuff to set up, and then we had that ministry on that night, and then after that we had to tear down. But during the show I was so tired because there was a whole lot of traveling before that, and I was actually falling asleep, but I managed to like keep awake, But then I was playing, and then this drool came down, and it was bad. I recently bought Shakespeare. I recently bought a Martin okay, threw in bone pins, and it sounded so much better. I also put Alexa lights in it, which made it sound so much brighter. You know what, Shakespeare? You should stay away. Okay. You're the one who. Are you the one who has allergies on your fingers? You have allergies on your fingers, so you can't actually play like the normal nickel strings, right? Or the stainless steel ones. Am I right? I'm still on the fence with this one, whether I should spend the money on this. I think I should, but no, okay. So if you don't have allergies, then you shouldn't be using elixirs for acoustic. They just sound different. And I for me personally, I don't use elixirs for acoustic guitars. Maybe for electric if I want to, but no, I don't really use elixirs for any of my guitars because the tone is just not right. Especially for acoustic guitar. If you can slap on a bronze set, or a D'Addario or whatever, it gotta be the expensive ones, and you'll find the difference. You'll hear the difference. Oh, hey Jack. I have it. I have it on my D38 3035. Love it. Well, there's a whole lot of controversies surrounding this. Like, some of them will be saying like, it's just a placebo effect. And it's not really helping. And why would you pay up to your ass for those pins because it costs a whole bomb? But I can tell the difference. That's why I made a video about it, in case you don't know. And it helps. It helps with the tone. It's louder, and a little bit more high. It's not a whole lot of high. It's a little more emphasis on a high frequency. We're talking about 2K, 3K region. And I think it's good. I think it's a great investment. If like for me, I was thinking like, I bought a D35, which is already an investment, and if I can like further enhance it, why not? Especially for recording. Yeah, to each his own, Jack. It don't matter. It doesn't mean I hate you because you, Elixir. Lord Basilisk. The only thing I do when I play is I keep my mouth open and it looks so awkward. Yeah, we've been there. I mean, all of us have been there. My mouth will be open and dribble will start coming out. It's bad. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I got really used to the smooth feel and my fingers don't turn green. Okay. Also, they don't make those finger noises when you run. Yeah, all right. Okay, fair enough. I mean, if you want to talk about that. But like I said before, the finger noises, it all boils down to your technique. So knowing how to kind of let go when you're sliding down strings a little bit more when you're stringing will kind of prevent the squeaks, especially from an acoustic guitar. Jonathan, you haven't convinced me you are in love with it. Well, I am. Andrew Cordell. You know your name, Andrew Cordell. It reminds me of this character in Silence of the Lamb, the third one, where Cordell is Dr. Cordell, right? He's a doctor of that guy that wanted to kill Hannibal Lecter because Hannibal Lecter was his psychiatrist back then. So there was Dr. Cordell. Alright, cheese pepperoni. Thank you for making me hungry again. Who's having an e-bike? Who rides an e-bike? You like that finish on this guitar? Yeah, it's like satin, but it's with the what is this with? The polyurethane, a real thin cover of the polyurethane. So it's nice. It's really nice. I thought I saw a couple of scratches right at the back, but apparently it's not. It's just a grain in the wood. It's like in mint condition, right? No, this is from the Helix Native. Todd, because of you, Todd, I put in the batteries so that I can know what time is it and not overshot and not to overshoot the stream. It is very thin. I mean, well, thinner than most of my guitars anyway. This is like a they call it a fat wide U shape. And so it's very different from your normal modern C. It's kind of, yeah. It's really nice. I mean, especially when you're playing up. Down the gain a little bit. Yeah, so I was saying, Tony, this is the Helix Native. This is the Line 6 Helix Native. Can't do this with this neck. I can do it with the tally neck. You know, I used to do all that bends, but not with this neck. It doesn't go deep enough. Yep. Anyway, but it's not really that light. It's not really that heavy. It's about 3.4 kg. Yeah, Jack. I buy them off market. I buy those notes off market. You know, they were on offer. Hi, Eric. How are you? Hey, Leonard, are you still here, Leonard? Leonard Rizal, are you still around? And Jack, this is not a ESP. This is an LTD. Yeah, it's from the same company as ESP. But these are the cheaper. You know, yeah, you've seen that ESP here. Yeah. But this is an LTD. So you know, it's supposedly a more affordable brand other than the ESP, which can be quite expensive. Okay, Jack. Your pit bull is looking at you funny, right? You have a good walk with them. And Jack the rabbit, yeah. You want a custom? Yeah, okay. The thing about 24 is that, you know, it makes you want to go up higher, you know, but you don't have to actually, because alright, stop playing. I just can't stop playing the guitar, so it's very distracting. So, hi Jim, and hi Surat. What were you guys talking about? Okay, I guess I've assigned my head every patch I make with the Impero. Oh, so you guys are still into the Impero, right? Comes out the same. Power units in the EQ, okay, messages, and you can do it. All right, okay. Hi Jim, Simon. Any questions? Golly. So you guys are into what? E-bikes and not the regular bikes? Get a regular bike. You know, get some muscle, get your legs muscle working. Thank you. Hi, Eric. Hi, John. I love the look of the SG. Will you recommend this Viper as a good first electric guitar? Yes and no. Yes, because it's affordable. No, because you might find it too easy to play in many ways and hard to play in many ways, because you know the jumbo frets are a acquired taste, because a lot of people come play with jumbo frets. I for one love jumbo frets, because Wayne was telling me he couldn't get used to playing jumbo frets because he tends to fret out, like, you know, his notes would go sharp and all that. But I had no problems with jumbo frets, and because I play with a heavier gauge than him, because he does 09s, I'm 010s. So it's good and bad. So you have to make the decision yourself and try one. Unfortunately, Eric, you can't try it because this happens to be mine, and this is the last piece. Sorry. Well, I mean, maybe there is a store in KL that still have one. So if you guys are interested, you might, if you have relatives or friends in Kuala Lumpur, and you might just want to ask them to procure that one for you. And I think it's in mint condition too. It's not like this. This is like a display set, but it's a real good condition. It's real nice. Yep. Eric, okay, so I answer your question, right? So Shakespeare, do you like John Mayer? I like John Mayer. I actually listened a whole lot to John Mayer in his earlier albums. But after that, I just kind of stopped, and then I just stopped completely when he went to the PRS thing. Yeah, I'm one of those. Is the LTD neck heavy? Well, it's supposedly, but as you can see, the shape is kind of like a weird shape. So it kind of balances out everything, and the strap lock is here. So yeah, it's not really neck heavy. It's quite balanced. Yeah, it's amazing. Hey, hi Benedict. Hey Benedict. Okay, different Benedict, because I know another Benedict from Harley Benton. So hey Jonathan, I want to buy the Harley Benton ST20. Okay, as a first electric guitar. My question now is, do you hear the difference between the between a 10 watt and 20 watt amp? It's a bundle. Yeah, okay. Well, there is a difference between the 10 watt and the 20 watt. Although the difference is not as huge as what you would think it is, but there is a difference. And you know what? Just get a 20 watt. Yeah, just get a 20 watt. I don't think it costs a whole lot more. Jack the Rabbit in San Francisco, the heels from riding a regular bike, and so I got an e-bike to get out and get a little. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I hate heels. In Singapore, we're okay. I mean, there are a couple of heels here and there, but in my cycling route, I tend to stay away from the heels. I know what you mean. Yeah, it gets, yeah. And I was thinking of getting a e-bike too, but right here in Singapore it's kind of hard because a lot of the bicycle shops don't carry them because the fire risk. Yeah, because some of the batteries in these e-bikes will tend to burn and catch fire when they're charging. And we have a couple of cases where the bikes will burn and houses get caught on fire because of the batteries. Yeah. Jack Collins, my LTDs is made for Indonesia. Is that? No, this is from China. From China. And I'm telling you, I'm so amazed at this guitar because it's so well made. And guess what? This PRS, that PRS SE hollow body that I reviewed a couple of videos back, that was from China too. And the finish, like Wayne, I had a conversation with Wayne this evening, and he was saying that he can't actually tell the difference between the SE nowadays and the PRS are American made. And I tend to believe him because I saw that SE and it was immaculately manufactured. It was well made. There's no nothing, no fault. Like sometimes some of the Harley Benton's guitars, you find like leftover paints or scratch marks and stuff like that. Nothing. It's like really well made. Same as this, it's really well made. And I don't know what this nut. It looks like a graphite nut, but it might not be a graphite nut. But in any case, this guitar stays really well in tune. Yeah, kind of nice. Anyway, where were we? So, okay. Alan, they are making e-bikes legal to use in the UK at the moment. You are fine for riding them on part. Yeah, same. In Singapore, you cannot ride e-bikes on the road. You can ride them in the park connectors, but then you are limited to what I believe is that 20 km. But in the dead of night, I see kids, like when I'm out cycling, I see kids like riding on the park connectors at top speed, like 50 km. It's crazy. Well, when you're young, Sure, Eric. If you want the link, you let me know. I'll put it down. So okay, good question. Eric, I'm glad you asked me the question. On any thoughts on those Epiphone SGs? Now, this is like a dream come true for me. This is like an opportunity for me because I was searching high and low for an SG, an affordable one. A good SG with the block inlays from Gibson will set me back about 4,000 to 5,000 Singapore dollars, right? And that's too rich for me. So at one time I was thinking, oh, maybe the Epiphone would be good. So I went out to the shop in Sweeney, and I tried a couple of these Epiphone SGs, and I didn't like it. Just didn't feel right. It sound, not really right. I'm waiting for the SG, equivalent from Harley Benton, because now they just stopped sending everything to, via DHL to Singapore because everything stopped. So I have to wait until they start shipping again, and then I'll probably have a chance to kind of review that and see how does it compare to this or to the Epiphone. But I've tried the Epiphone, wasn't impressed with it. This is a whole lot, I think, about maybe cheaper than the Epiphone, but then again it's just continuing, right? But guess what, the LTDs have a whole range of SG shaped guitars called the Vipers, and it ranges from 100 all the way to 1000. So I guess the 300 is discontinued, but they came out with the 400s, which are made in Indonesia. And then you have the higher range up to 1000, and the 1000s are really pretty because they have nice grains and different pickups configurations, the Seymour Duncans, the split core options and all that. I didn't want to split core options on my Les Paul or my SG because this is not what it's meant for. So I like it for what it is, and the fact that it's an EMG is a no-brainer, right? So yes, I'm searching for SG, and I think I found it. And the further fact, this is a 24 fret, and most SG are at 22. Jack, you asking me or Johnson? Who's Johnson? Well, I think you meant me, right? I have a question. I play a mixture of everything. I don't go no lower than drop D. With a set of hot rod Seymour Duncan Jazz 60. Well, that's what everybody would think of. Like, this is like the favorite configuration for most guitarists who buy Seymour Duncans. You know what? Like I said, you can choose that option if you want to, but you can always go something else. Like try the Antiquities, for example. The Antiquities have real nice vintage kind of sound for Seymour Duncans, or the Pearly Gates, which I love, and the 59s, right? And you can always get a 59 for the neck and a 59 hybrid for the bridge if you want a little bit more gain. And I like the 59s personally. I think they're really great sounding pickups. Something to think about. Jim, I think I'm going to pull the trigger on the Eastman T486, 486 10 line. Okay, 335 style. Anyone has an opinion on that? No, I'm sorry, I have no idea. I have no experience with Eastman. Maurice, if you want a good bike, go for a cowboy bike. What's a cowboy bike, Maurice? Todd, opinions of course. Why do you think Gino only reissues of the kit post 1992? Why? That's a good question. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I recently saw these certificates. Like when I got hold of when I got in touch again with GNL Guitars through City Music, I noticed all these certificates that they have, which was which is good in a way. I don't know, maybe to boost up resale values. Cheese Pepperoni, not the biggest fan of e-bikes and e-scooters along the park. Yeah, you're right. Especially when you use those headlights that are super bright. Yep. Kids, what can you do? But then again, you have some who are not that young doing the same thing. So tell me about it. I cycle. That's one of the reasons why I kind of like stay away from the park connectors and just cycle on the road. And yeah, I mean it's safer in a way because I only have to deal with cars, you know. But on the park connectors, like, you know, you're gonna deal with all these guys, and they'll be like blaring their music loud, and then the headlights will be on your face, and that's all unsafe. Sure, Eric, no problem. Yeah, LDs are killer. I'm gonna able to ride my next ride to the road here. No blinding people. Cool. Yeah, that's the thing about it, you know. You guys are able to do things that we're not able to do here in Singapore, so, you know, I'm jealous. Jack Collins, now my Harley Benton CST, you mean, 24 Deluxe. It's made from China, and I love it, play it a lot, and I gig with. Cool. Yeah, mine is made in Vietnam. My CST 24T with a tremolo is made in Vietnam, so it's okay. I mean, it's heavy, and I'm like thinking of selling it actually. Yeah, because I don't need two 24 fret guitars, and I was thinking, like, you know, I mean, I like it for what it is, but I'm not gonna gig with it because it's super heavy, and you know, I don't know. So you guys interested? Let me know. But I'm just gonna post it on we have like a forum here, and some of you Singaporeans would know. It's called soft.com, and it's where it's like a reverb thing, you know, but it's just for the local market in Singapore. So we post our gears for sale and stuff like that. There are a couple of outlets, you know, for it. Jacob Lim. Hi, Jacob. Do you play any Ibanez guitars? Thanks for your Harley Benton Fusion Pro videos. I've been checking out guitars with roasted maple neck ever since. Yeah, once you have a roasted maple neck, you understand why people go crazy about it. You know. This, you know what? Yeah, this neck, this mahogany neck with the satin finish reminds me very, very, very much. It reminds me a whole lot about roasted maple necks. And, you know, it's okay. I don't want to do this. I don't want you guys to get turned on. Okay, so it's nice. It's smooth and it's nice, just like a roasted maple neck. I don't play any Ibanez guitars, sadly, because I have no connection to Sweetie, or you know, to any shops that does Ibanez guitars. I guess Sweetie in Singapore is the only one that does it. I used to play Ibanez many years ago, and that was like years ago, decades ago, and ever since I haven't played on an Ibanez guitar. Yeah, ever since. It's true. I just found out that you know, the Line 6 Helix. If you guys do own a Line 6 Helix, you know, you have these toppers where, you know, it's like an acrylic thing that you put around top of your foot switches. These are made by Chad Boston from that Helix forum or Helix Facebook page. Nice guy, sweet guy. And he makes skins for the Helix too. So he just came out with these poppers that have capacitors in it, or magnets, so that, you know, the foot switches in the Helix are touch sensitive, so you can actually kind of like do certain things by just touching on it, and these toppers are compatible to it, and it's pretty good. So I might just get a set of this. Oh, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, Jack. Did I? I don't know, man. I mean, playing guitar is something that I've always enjoyed. You know, no matter what I do, I could, you know, if I'm presented with a guitar that I really love, like for example the Blues Boys that I fell in love with, or the Comanche that I fell in love with, you know, I could play for hours on that. And that the semi-solid that I have somewhere around. I don't know, I kept it here. Yeah. The 335 Tokai, which I really love playing, you know. So guitars like this will just keep me enthralled into this, just the playing. It's cool. Any more questions, guys? And guess what? I have a D35 HD in my house. You guys want to take a look? Let me know. I'll bring it in. But it's just about the same as the D35 which I have, except for the herringbone and the fact that it's scallop. All right, the braces are scallop. The D35 I have is non-scallop because that is the 2018 reimagined series. Right. In case you want to know, let me know. You want to see it? Let me know. Want to hear it? Let me know. I'm going to find out that in case you are looking at this and you're interested in getting one, but you know it's going to take a lot for you guys because it's going to be it has to be shipped from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So where is this Viper, right? The shop that is selling this right now is called, what's this called? This is called Guitar Collection, something like that. Right. Now don't get shocked by the price. You know, it's in Malaysian ringgit and the currency is like, you know, really low. Okay, it's going for 2180. Okay, Google. How much is 2,180 ringgit in Singapore dollars? How much is 2,180 Malaysian ringgit in Singapore dollars? All right, $710. Cool. How much is 710 Singapore dollars in US dollars? Okay, Google. How much is 710 Singapore dollars in US dollars? That's okay, and that's pretty decent, the price that they have. But then again, you gotta factor in the delivery charges. So for you guys like Eric, you know, or Jacob, you know, you can in Singapore, you can actually find it. Yeah. Yeah, Gwenta, this is the last piece in the shop. So apparently this is discontinued. They stopped doing this. Because I don't know, maybe it's not maybe I don't know. But I'm keeping this because this is the last piece. Yeah, so if you want to find another piece, that's the link that I wrote down on the chat box. So you guys might want to check it out. What are you looking for? What are you working on next, Jonathan? Jack? Oh wow, you know, a couple of things lined up. I have a live, a live recording of a sort of a show, a set of about 18 songs, give or take, or maybe 15, you know, on Friday night, and I'm rehearsing on Thursday, and then the recording will be on Friday night. It's more of a get together with the band, you know, the same band that I tour with, you know, before this whole thing happened. It'll be great to see them, and a couple of rock out songs in the set, which I'm pretty excited. I get to play guitar with my favorite guitar player, Sebastian. So and my brother Jimmy and Casey and the rest of the guys. So it's gonna be a fun night. Although the singers I don't even know, you know, a lot of them, so they're practically strangers to me. But then who knows? You know, we can become friends, right? So that's something that I'm looking forward to because you know, we're talking about 15, 16 songs. I gotta learn the songs, so I'm starting to get familiar with the repertoire on Monday onwards and see how it goes. And of course, there's this recording thing that I'm supposed to do. I'm still biding my time to do the two arrangements I'm supposed to do to finish off this whole album of 10 songs. Once I get it done, I have to prepare for the vocal recordings, which I don't think is going to happen anytime soon because we are in phase 2 right now, and we can't do any singing in front of people in an enclosed space. So there's no way I can do any vocal recordings for now. As for arrangement, yes, there are a couple of arrangements on the way. So I'm supposed to arrange a song for a hospital, but I'm still haven't got the songs yet, so I'm just waiting. So all these are all like projects online, and I have an inquiry today to do a session in the studio, a live band session of 3 songs. That is interesting. But yeah, I mean, I've to lug all my guitars, and I have no car nowadays. I just stopped driving a couple of years back. It's gonna be a chore for me. So yeah, so that's something. That it's the same old, the reviews and the guitars and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, I think it's gonna be live streamed, and if you guys want to hear how Chinese songs are gonna be like, yeah, I'll put the link down in my YouTube channel if you guys are interested, and you guys just might take a look. But it's more on the singers than the band, so we're more or less the backing band. But in this case, we are like hidden in one corner, so you get little shots of us every now and then. Live stream the rehearsal. Rehearsals will be somewhere around 7 p.m. my time, which is like in the middle of the morning, like early morning for you guys. You guys are still in bed, right? But no, I know, Jacob, it's a preference, of course. But love roasted necks and have the new shovel. Cool. Alan Pappy on reverb. There is a ESP LTD 300 FM for sale. There you go. From Italy. Wow. Right. So Alan, you found it. So there is the same guitar. Is it 300M? It's not 300 FM. Is it FM? It's an M. Yeah. So I don't know. Does it have the EMG pickups, Alan? Hi, Paulo. How are you? It's okay. I've been called worse names than that. From Portugal, yeah. Hola. ¿Cómo está? Homeboy John. Hey Jack, I don't know what you're asking about. You talking about the CST24? What do you mean? Which one are you talking about? When you play gigs, do you choose which guitar and tones you play, or do they give you guidelines about what they're looking for from you? Most of the time, they just leave me up to my own devices. Some music producers, or some music directors are really particular about certain things, and yeah, but the reason why they called me is because they wanted my tone, they wanted my input. So a lot of them would just leave me to my own devices, and there's certain lines they want me to play. They would just stipulate, okay, John, you got to play these lines because this is, and I can tell that it's probably important, and I would stick to the line. Or sometimes the singer themselves prefer that line because it's like a signature theme, like Wonderful Tonight. Eric Clapton cannot do Wonderful Tonight without that right. So it's the same thing. So I have to play all the lines, and that's okay, But I play in concerts where lines are really freaky and it doesn't make any musical sense. But then they insisted on that, so I got to be stuck with that, playing for the whole tour that line that I don't like to play, and that's a bummer. But every now and then you get some of these. But for most of the shows that I do, most of the guitar lines are really nice, really melodic, especially guitar solos. And for guitar solos, most of the time I don't really like play it note for note as original. But there's certain guitar solos which I really like, and I'll play note for note because they are played by my good brothers, who I've known throughout my career. Guys like Furman So, who's from Hong Kong, he's one of the top sessionists, or Ni Fang Lai, who's from Taiwan. And these are all like legends, living legends, and you just can't help but to play the guitar solo note for note. It's like if if you're given a song, like for example, say what what's that song? Breakdown Dead Ahead, by Bob Skaggs, and there was Steve Lukather on it. You can't help but to play the solo because the solo is so familiar. You have to play it note for note. Yeah, so that's it. Hope that answers your question. Did I leave out anything? No, right? No, I don't, Todd. I don't sight read. Oh man, my reading is the pits. I can read charts all right, but to sight read, no, I'm really bad at that. And that's why I need time to have the songs early so I can work out the parts myself before I even go into rehearsals. And it's good and bad. I can't. There's a lot of gigs I can't do because they demand sight reading on the spot. They have very little time for rehearsals. And bad, I'll miss out a lot of jobs. But good because I tend to absorb the solos in and I'll play them with more conviction. That's my sales pitch, in case you don't know. Yeah, that's how I get on by. Anyway, Alan, he has EMG. Oh, cool. So that's the same one. Yeah, get it if you can. How much is it? £402. Okay, Google. Bring up the volume to 60%. How much is £402 in Singapore dollars?
£402 is approximately 705 Singapore dollars and 88 cents.
Is it brand new, Alan? Is it brand new? Or is it used? There are many guitars that I play because I like to play with my legs crossed, which is not a good idea because it's not good for the blood flow. But this guitar is so uncomfortable when I'm playing with my legs crossed. I guess it's because of the way the guitar is, that shape here. And after a while, I just feel the strain on my thigh. I have no problem with the rest of the guitars, like the G&Ls and the Fenders and whatnot, Harley Bentons, but with this guitar, I feel it. Other than that, okay, time for me to stop holding this guitar because the rest of the guitars might get jealous, and you don't want them to be jealous, especially at a time like this. Okay, any more questions? And Jack Collins, are you feeling better now? Hi. Hi, Guitar Music and Life. Brian. Hi, Brian. Okay. Still loving the 3P90s. Oh. Hopefully I will have my new amp soon. Blackstar HT1. Cool. Working on 16 note picking. Go for it, man. What's your favorite acoustic in your collection right now? I have a couple. Let me show you one. This old lady is pretty old. This is a old Taylor. What series is this? Oh my good lord. This is like, can't see. I always forget the model of this dude. Come on. Give me the touchlight. Give me the touchlight. Alright, thank you. Alright, so this is a 510 and it's made in 1994. Right? This was when I guess this is one of the few models that Taylor actually featured, and think the company was formed in 1992 or 91, if I'm not mistaken. So one of the first few, and it came out. They have a 12-string model. This is like a concert or a jumbo. I think it's a jumbo. And I bought the 12-string too, but I sold it away. I mean, times were really bad at one time. So love the guitar, you know. I used it for so many sessions, you know, and I always love how it sounds. And it sounds great with the Petrum, so I always enjoy playing this in the studio when I'm playing with Jimmy and the drums, you know. Yeah, it's loud. It's loud. It's like, you know, because of the jumbo size, it projects really well. But it has the subtle, you know, in Singapore there's a Malay word called lembut, means if Leonard is here, Leonard will probably understand what I'm talking about. It's like it's soft and nice and you know, squishy in a way, things that make you go happy, you know. So. Yeah, and it's loud, but it has that part, you know, when I'm playing like softer stuff, it translates really well in recording. Yep, sweet guitar, and I've been neglecting it for the longest time. My sweet baby, ever since the D35 came along. So I've been spending a whole lot of time, doing recordings with the D35 instead of this sweetheart. But yeah, so enough. You know, I'm gonna use it. It features real nice inlays, you know, nice ones, and this pickguard is so unique in its own way. And the thing about Taylor guitars what I like about Taylor guitars is that it doesn't like have a belly bulge as much as a Martin guitar, probably because of wood that they use. You know, it doesn't bulge out as much as I thought it would. But keeping in the case, of course, helps. This Taylor came in with a hard case, which is really big. So I didn't want to put it there because it's such a hassle to pick it every time on a record. So I had it in a very good Ritter. You know, they used to make Ritter in the States, you know, Ritter backs, Ritter cases, and I had it there ever since. And it's really good. It keeps the guitar dry, right? And yep. So now you know which one is my favorite. Oh, cats. Hi, cats. Oh, hi, home. Okay, I gotta answer this. Homeboy, I appreciate that you do reviews. Each guitar seems to inspire you to play what suits them. Do you feel a playing changes as you switch between? Yes, I do. Every guitar has its own uniqueness about them because of the pickup configurations, the way it's shaped, the way the neck plays. So you know, for me to do reviews, I have to kind of play with it for a while, get to know what the strong points of this guitar is, and then but sometimes, you know, what I do sometimes to challenge the guitar and myself. So I'll put in a backing track, which I have no idea whether it suits the guitar, and just hope for the best. And half the time, it delivers. Like, I was doing this review of the last video, the most recent video of this John Page, the AJ. Just a nice Tally style guitar with the P90s and everything, the Bloodline series from John Page. And if you look at a Tally like that, you will want to play maybe some country. But I just put in a sort of a soul thing, and it works. It works really well, and it kind of bring out, the essence of that guitar in its purest form. That's what I want to do. Like, whether if I buy this guitar, could I play like different genres of music, and not just because it's a tally shape, you're gonna identify it strictly with country, which is not the case, So, yep. Hey, hi, Alvin. Good to see you. You just got back from the grocery store, and there was this hot girl that passed me on the way. I got boost in the freezer just in time to cheer. All right, okay. Thank you for the information. Alright, Cats, you just ordered the Fusion 2. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Right? You're gonna like it. You're gonna like it, yeah. Andrew, how are you? Just letting you know, I'm very close to picking up playing guitar again. It's just a couple more weeks before I finish my project, and we'll have free time again. Okay. But you know what? And in between, you can still, play the guitar. There is always time in the day, for you to spend a couple of minutes on your guitar before you go to sleep, Fine, the prerogative is yours, so, the things, I wipe my strings and fingerprint off every time I play too. Well, yeah, I mean, Jack Rabbit, I saw your guitar collection. I'll be surprised if you don't do that, because there's a whole lot of guitars there, and you don't want to get them all rusty and stuff like that. Guitar music and live, looking at vintage Statesboro Parlor acoustic. Oh, it's not a Taylor, but I need acoustic. It suits my needs when I need acoustic. Cool. Wow, never heard of that, but it sounds great. 2 Watchmen. See, that's what I meant. Jack the Rabbit has tons of guitar. Hi Jonathan, will you pick a Harley Benton CST 24T over a PRS SE? Good question. Well, I will, because of the price. The SE, no matter what, will be more expensive than the CST from Harley Benton, right? And if you had the funds, then go for the PRS, But if you're like me, I'll just go for the Harley Benton. Yes, Alan, near on the spot. It says with Harley Benton, you take the risk of not having a good copy. Well, sometimes, and the pickups are not the best. Although I can't fault that pickup on the CST, because it's still stock, and somehow or other it kind of fit the guitar. Maybe the wood. I don't know. Some guitars, pickups just doesn't sound good on certain guitars, but sound good on other guitars. So it's a weird thing. Richard Johnson, how are you? Do you use any drum pedals or effects? No, I don't. I don't need them when I'm playing in the band. I have a drummer, and a very loud drummer. But if you're talking about plugins, like when I'm doing my arrangement, yes, I do have drum plugins. I'm using Addictive. I'm using what's that? Superior Drummer and all that. So yeah, those are plugins. So those are meant for arrangements in my digital audio workstation. Do you have any personal advice and tips on using a metronome? Okay, I'm gonna let you on a secret. I never played with a metronome for the longest time when I first started playing guitar, because number one, because no one told me to play or to get a metronome, and I wasn't like, okay, I'm gonna let you in on a bigger secret, right? I've never sat down. Hi, Scooter. I just see you at the bottom. I'll just say hi to you. I've never sat down and play like guitar with a metronome going in the back, because that would be so boring for me, and I have a short attention span. I know. I always told my wife that I might be a little bit autistic, but I have the shortest attention span ever. So for me to sit down with a guitar with a metronome going, that would bore the heck out of me. So I've never done that. Ever since I started playing guitar, when I first started playing guitar, it was either to sing a song, just to get the song done, and either that or I'll play together with the album, and then as I went into the solo playing and playing rhythm, it's always with the music, it's always with the record, it's always with the song. So if I'm playing, say, play the funky music, by Wild Cherries, for example, if I want to learn the lick, if I just like to play along with, I'll put on the record and I'll just jam along, and sometimes you get really loud. So I tend to do this before my dad comes home. And I will be playing, and my poor mom will have to to take all this. But that's the way I play it. That's the way I feel the music, and that's the way I kind of understand that I got to get in touch with the drummer. The downbeat. How to get on with the downbeat and how to really keep it real tight. And it always kind of like fascinates me to know that the kick and the drum, once it's played like really well, it sounded so good. It just clicks. And I guess one example would be the song Jukebox Hero by Foreigner. You heard that? Jukebox Hero. And then when the verse comes in, and that's a perfect example, even though I don't think the bass is a real bass anyway. I think you understand what I'm trying to tell you. And I always done that. And for the longest time, I've been doing that. No metronome inside in my house. And then when I started playing the band and started to understand what drummers are capable of, and how I'm my fair share of good drummers and bad drummers that that increase the tempo mid song, or drummers that slow down mid song because they're tired. And then I get great drummers like Jimmy, for example, and a couple more great drummers that I played with that keeps time, and they're playing in the pocket, and you try to get as close to them. And I always listen to what they say, because sometimes they'll tell me, "Hey John, you're rushing," and I'll go like, "Okay, I need to hold them back. I gotta pull back and pull back," and this kind of affect me to no end, because then I learn how to play with a band. But if you have to play with a metronome, it's good, because then I understand what is it like to play with a click track or a metronome. When I started doing recording, and I go like, "Oh my good lord, there comes the click, tick, 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 tick," in, and it used to take me a whole lot of time just to get in that first chord, because it's either too fast or too slow or whatever. But thank God for the experiences that I have with the band, playing with a band. I kind of like get it into a habit very, very fast, so that when the click track is on, it probably take me about 2 or 3 times, and after that I'm down for it, and once you get over the first count in, the rest is easy peasy, because you have the rest of the instruments, and they kind of like make you kind of flow together. I'm talking about recording, right? Kind of flow with the music, and then when the drum comes in, it's even easier, because then you're playing with the drummer. The difficult ones are the ones where you play with a click track, and I've been in a situation where just me, the click track, and the orchestra, and that is a stress factor that I don't wish from you guys, but it's something that I've been with, and it's great. I mean, once you get it down, it's nice, but it's always the first beat. Once you get the first beat down, you're cool, and with the orchestra behind you, and the orchestra tend to like lay back a whole lot because of the bowing and all that, and the singers will tend to follow, and then you'll find that the songs get slower because everybody's like laying back, and you finally found out and wise up to the fact that, dude, you're the one who's keeping time. You're the drummer in this case, so you're the one who's going to like keep time with the rest, and to make sure that they keep time. So you just have to follow the click track and not falter, because the tendency for you to falter is there, and you have to stick on with the click track, and they will in the end have to follow you, because they hear the click track themselves, but yet they hear your chords and the rhythm that you're playing, so they follow up. So yeah, great question. Oh my good lord, I'm just yakking away, and So okay, Orion, have you tried expensive strings like, oh my good lord, I can't even pronounce this, tomistic and pyramids? You know what, pyramids used to be real cheap, and pyramids has been around for a long time. You know, when I first got my guitar back in, oh my good lord, back in the 1970s, it was strung with pyramid strings. I even have a set of pyramid strings for my mandolins. But they're not that expensive. Are they expensive? Tomistic? I don't know. I never heard of that. It's probably expensive. No, I'm a very pragmatic guy. You know, I don't believe in all that. You know, strings are strings. You know, I mean, different sorts of strings. Yeah, they do make a difference, but no. I love the guitar music and life. I love the vintage brands. I have the Strat 3P90s, but this guitar is a monster. I wish John could pass it to you and listen. You have a go. What guitars are you talking about, Jack? I mean, guitars, music and life. Okay, Shakespeare. I got to the point by the time it takes me to master play a new song, I don't even want to play anymore because of the non-stop practicing. Yeah, but you know, that's the problem with a lot of guitar players. You know, no perseverance whatsoever. Look, okay, I'm going to pose you a question, Shakespeare. If you love that song, if you like that song, for example, if you really dig that song, and you really dig how the guitar solo is, even all the time that you're going to play on it, you're going to like falter out and say, oh, I'm so sick of this song because I've spent so much time playing. No, you should have that attitude of, okay, I spent so much time, I invested so much time on this guitar solo. I'm gonna nail this guitar solo by hook or by crook because I've already spent so much time on it. And then when you're playing it, you have to enjoy it because then you have this little satisfaction to know, hey, dude, I nailed it. You know, I nailed it. Like, you know, there's this video way back before I even started this channel, which I posted on YouTube, where I attempt a solo by Jay Green on a song called Roxanne. If Chris is here, Chris will know what I'm talking about. And it took me a long time to get the phrasing and the notes. You know, it's not easy because Jay Green is a master soloist, right? So I nailed it, and then I did a video and I posted it. I was satisfied myself because I managed to get the tone, get the phrasing correct, even though fingering looks like shit compared to Jay Green's fingering. But I don't know. I don't care because it sounded like the original, and I nailed it. And that gives me satisfaction no matter how much time I invest in it, you know. So something to say, oh, okay, I done this guitar solo and I nailed it. Like Hotel California, I nailed Hotel California years ago, many years ago, you know. And I probably like will nail it again if I spend some more time instead of riding a bike. Yeah, so something to think about, right? It's all about attitude. Shakespeare. Julius Caesar Ibrahim. Hi, great name you have. Jack the Rabbit. If I ever see one in a shop, I'll pick it up and try it. I never played a vintage, but I heard great things about it. How are you doing, Scooter? All good in Arizona? I just read a report that Arizona has a different strain of the virus now. It's crazy. Okay, Jack, you say you tried the Thomas stick. I don't get the hype. I really don't care for them. They went dead really fast. Alright, Elvin, people claim you cannot get the same sag effect from a digital amp processor, yeah, from a real tube amp. Why and why not is this an issue for you since you prefer Line 6? But the thing is that we do have parameters for sag. Believe it or not, in the Line 6 edit page, you know, I can actually dictate how much sag I want, you know. But I normally don't touch this because you know, these guys that did the modeling, they know what they're doing. So half the time they've already set up the parameters. Like for example, a GCM 800 amp head, they already got the settings down, and they have actually moved the settings. Right? It's not in the middle position. No, they have moved it and they have decided that this is the best sounding. So I just leave it as it is. You know, the only time I change anything is that for example, like a Fender or twin reverb or a Fender Deluxe. I just wanted to have a different sound or maybe a little bit more depth to it or certain things. Then I'll tweak around with the parameters and the other advanced parameters, right? So yeah, I'm not really bothered by all this because I know what I'm using because I'm not using the real amp. No matter what, you cannot compare a software based effects board or multi effects board to the real thing. There's no way you can do a direct comparison no matter what they tell you because you can't feel the air. There's no air coming out from there, and part of the magic is the air that's coming out. If in case you don't know, like when you're playing with your studio monitors, if you have a set of good studio monitors and you're playing the bass, you can feel air coming out, and that's part of the sound, right? So it's how a human voice will always sound different from a computer generated voice because you have the all that. Yeah, it's gonna be picked up. It's not gonna be picked up by an emulator, but it will be from a microphone. So that's the magic. Hope it makes sense. Scooter, we'll be getting up to 112 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, Google, what is 112 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
112 degrees Fahrenheit is 44.4.
No way, that's hot. 44 centigrade, that's hot. Yeah, I remember when I was in Tucson, you can actually fry an egg on the car. yeah. Just man, don't remind me. Okay, that's hot. Hi, Juna Wood. Okay. Hi, Jack. Hi, Paul. You're back. I'm good, Paul. I'm good. You can't see the video. There's something wrong. We can hear me, so it's good. Donald Palutahan Siktonga. Hi John, you look like Chris E, Indonesian legend singer. Really? You must be a handsome fella too. Such modesty I have. Okay, Manuel Shava is making great guitars out of Mexico for the money. Anyway, welcome Donald. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the live stream. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to this channel. Okay, guitar vintage V6P FCB John. Okay, I'll look up for it. I don't know what it is. Yeah, well, the last stream was like, was impromptu because I was lonely. It was raining heavily. Supposed to go out for a bicycle ride, and it started raining. So I thought, I'll just hang out with you guys. Okay, yeah, you're doing good. Okay, Scooter, good to hear that. Chris, you're awake. It's really the joy we feel when playing. It doesn't matter if the fingerings are not at par, as long as you nail it and you feel joy about what you did. It means you managed to put it in your own field. Yes, Chris. And that's basically how I approach guitar playing. I mean, I get, you guys won't believe me, I get countless of questions in this channel. I really love your playing, but why in the world are you not using your pinky? And some will be much ruder than that. Use a goddamn pinky. It looks, and some will go, it looks weird, not using a pinky. Why are you not using your pinky? And you call yourself a professional and stuff. I get all sorts of comments like that. And after a while, I just kind of get, okay. So this whole thing about the pinky, I'm gonna put a rest. So every time I see someone comment about the pinky, I just kick him out. I don't need to hear any more of this because I'm just kind of sick of that. And my concept of playing is, look, if I'm playing, if I'm recording a piece of music, will you be seeing me when I'm playing? Will you still reach out to you and touch you? when you're listening to the song through iTunes or through CDs. And if you feel that the song is catching out to you, like if I hear a great solo from Jimmy Page, a great solo from Jimi Hendrix for the Mirror, a great solo from Gary Moore, who incidentally doesn't use his pinky at all, and you go like, oh, that's a killer solo. And then when you see him live and then he's not using his pinky, you get turned off. Will you do that? If you get turned off, then you don't know how to appreciate music because you're not using your ears, you're using your eyes. In this case, I got nothing to say, okay. Anyway, I don't have the live image of John because last time I've said that masks are dangerous. Oh. No, I did not do anything to you, Paul. I did not ban you because if I were to ban you, you would probably probably cannot see you. So there's something about the video feed that you have, Paul. Lecture Yadev. Oh, what language is that? What's that? Where are you from, Laksh? Yes, Orion. No, Paul. No. It's not of my doing here. I did not take out the video for your site. You're fine. Hey, Robert. I don't hardly ever use my pinky or a pick. Yes, Chris, it's really to each his own. Yeah, Jack, how about that guy? You play any way you want, John. Don't listen to miserable trolls. Yeah, I mean, they're everywhere. You'll be surprised how much I get this, but it's kind of dying off. I guess they kind of like know where this channel is heading, so it's kind of dying off. It was really a bad thing in the beginning. I don't get why people are so bothered about that pinky thing. If people can play good music, it's all good. Django has less fingers, but he was blazing. Oh yeah. Jacqueline, Paul, I had the video problem a while ago. Probably close the app and reopen. Okay. Yeah, Paul. Fratello, listen to Jacob. He might have the solution here. Probably just close your YouTube app and open it again. John, didn't Leslie West? Yes, Mountain only used 3 fingers. There's a whole lot of guitar players that uses 3 fingers. You know what? I used to use 2 fingers. When I first started out, when I'm doing lines, it was just 2 fingers, and it was much later on that it's like, hey, dude, I have 4 fingers. I just use the other one too. And for the life of me, I still do use my pinky, but really seldom. That's the way it is. Andrew Cradell, Jonathan, I find your playing very easy and enjoyable to watch. It's amazing how easy and fast you can do reviews. It just takes practice. I'm gonna let you guys in on certain things behind the scene. If you guys want to know. Alright, of course, if you want to know about how I do my videos and stuff and my reviews, and you can always ask me. But I'm gonna tell you that doing each review is not easy. But as I done so many reviews, I kind of like have it honed to a regimen where I can work in the fastest way possible, and that includes the recording of the playing, and then subsequently the mixing down of the music. And if there are samples like the demos that I use, just the guitars, I just recorded them down. And once I get it all down with the audio and the video, then it's the shooting of the close-up of the guitars. So this has to be done in a way that is non-intrusive because I've used so many cameras, and I have my main camera, which is a Sony 6400 as the main camera. But it's gonna be a hassle for me to take it off every time I want to do a close-up of the guitar. So I'm using now a Sony. What's this? This is GX8, something like that. GX7, right? So this was what I was using for the longest time for all my videos, and I found out that this autofocus is not not really good. The colors are nice though, but I just don't like the autofocus. So I dedicated this to a secondary camera. So sometimes I'll use this for the close-up, which has a better color. Sometimes I use the iPhone because the iPhone is able to shoot in 4K. So sometimes I use the iPhone, but I think I'll stop using the iPhones nowadays and just use this for the close-up, the video shot, the flyby and stuff like that. Then the pictures that you see, like of me, of the headstock and the body, those are taken by the iPhone, and the iPhone takes really good pictures. And these are the segments I have, and once I consolidate all of them, is the editing thing, and this is where I put it into my video editor, which I'm using. I'm actually using a what you call it? This what am I using? I'm using a DaVinci Resolve. I don't know what's the version. It's the latest version because it's free. That's a killer part, and I use this, so that's how it is. So once I get the workflow down, I could, and it takes a while to transfer the files and all that. And once I get the workflow down, it's not a really a tedious thing to do. The only tedious part is the playing, because sometimes when you're not in a mood, or the guitar is hard to play, for example, or the guitar finds it really hard to stay in tune, stuff like that will take you a chunk of time. I was telling my daughter 1.5 years back that I was playing for the longest time, and I couldn't get it down because I just wanted to do the best that I can, but I just couldn't lay it down. And I took a break, and I had lunch with her, my eldest daughter, before she moved out, and she's looking at me and said, "Daddy, why are you so down?" And I said, well, I just couldn't nail that solo. And I said, "Why are you so such a perfectionist? Because it's, after all, just a review. You can just play and just let people know how the guitar sounds, and that's it." I said, "No, I just want to make music. I just want to make the best that I can. I just don't want to do it like a slipshod thing." And that's where a lot of the time is taken, just in playing, in getting the parts and everything. And well, half the time, I'm not lying to you, half the time when I'm playing, the melodies just comes like that. I don't have to spend a lot of time composing the melodies. It just comes, and I have to remember what I just played. And because I recorded it in the second take, sometimes I forget. I'm getting on in age, right? Sometimes I forget what I'm doing. So thank God I have recorded it, so I kind of refresh it. So all these things are just part and parcel of me doing a session, basically. When I'm doing a recording session, it's the same thing. So it's the same process, but it takes a little bit more time than the shooting or anything like that. Stuff like the talking, for example. Yeah, the dialogue when I'm introducing the guitar. This also take planning, because sometimes there's so many details, especially in a new guitar that you're not familiar with. Like the G and L, it's no problem because we're so familiar with G and L guitars. But guitars like the see, I can't remember the name. Paul Page. What? What's the other guitar? Is it Paul? Whatever. Right? See a Jack Page, right? Yeah. Or guitars like the LTD. These are guitars that I'm not familiar with. So I need to kind of like remember what's the nut width, what's the fret material, stuff like that. It takes a little bit of time. So in order to have a smooth representation of the video. So just in case you guys want to know what goes on behind the scene. Alright, Shakespeare, I have a weird problem. I can play hard songs, but only the parts of the famous riff. In other words, in a technical advanced player, but only for a few measures. I want to be more competent. Okay, so you need to tone it down a little bit, meaning maybe not so difficult a song like Dream Theater songs and stuff like that, but get to a sort of a challenge that you can overcome, and not something that is over your abilities, right? And get confidence from that, so you're more confident to know that you can actually do this, and then later on as you improve, you can tackle the harder stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's how we learn, because we are not just like, there's no such thing as a shortcut. You gotta pay your dues when it comes to guitar playing. 小东，苏小东，老师好。 谢谢你，你好，早上吧，哈，你从哪来的？Okay, I'm speaking in Chinese because he's writing in Chinese. Jack the Rabbit, I can't wrap my thumb either. Your thumb? Oh, Alan, I have the same problem with small hands and sharp fingers. Thin necks are a must for me. What's this about thumb? Who said? Okay, a scooter. All right. Oh, Minana says that Phil Craigie has missing part of. Yeah, so does Iommi from Black Sabbath. Right, he lost part of his finger through accident. Scooters. I don't use my thumb on the fretboard. I have short thumbs. It won't stop me from playing though. Yeah, it should never stop you from playing. You know. I've seen guys who don't use the thumb technique. You know, they're just using the traditional stuff, and they play well. They play fine. They get along fine. So, don't matter. Alvin, I sprained my pinky playing my classical like it was a stray. It's getting better. Okay. How do you sprain your pinky? Right. And Alan, you're right. Sometimes if your fingers are not long enough, you know, if you have problem playing the normal guitar, then probably get a guitar with a narrow nut width, like the Luke. You know, the Luke has such a narrow nut width that it's so easy for me to play, but it should be easier for you guys with short hands. You know, so something to think about. The reason I'm waiting for more free time to get back to guitar is I'm planning to chronicle my journey from zero to Guitar Hero on a YouTube channel. Oh well, okay, that's good. That will be a great encouragement for guys who are just starting out playing guitar. That's a great idea. That's a grand idea, and I wish you all the best. Yep. Yep, and that will help me persevere and not give up. But you have to find time for this because you have to make yourself available to do all this, right? So you got to set time for it and really persevere and not give up, right? Alvin, I once saw a man lift a truck with his pinky. No, turned out it was a fake. Okay, he didn't really lift it. Maybe that's what people who insist on using a pinky to play guitar are doing, not playing. That's a good one, Alvin. So no image, no Paul. Remember, no mess. Bye bye. Ciao, John. Okay, ciao, Paul. So sorry, this had to happen. Again, it's not my doing. All right. Andrew says try rebooting your computer. I don't think it's on the computer. I think it's on the phone. The problem, okay, Shakespeare. The problem is that I can't sing, so I don't feel pressure to learn the chorus. My other guitar friends all have this problem. It's very common for players who can't sing, apparently. Mr. O'Rourke, there you go again. Ronnie says I can't get a decent sound on my guitar. Am I blowing too hard? First thing I'm thinking of is the picture of Ronnie or Mr. O'Rourke trying to blow it. This guy's okay. Okay, hi Ruben. Hola. Greeting from Spain. 小东老师，我在北京。是谁？老师的学生，有能懂？哦，BIC？ OK， 小东，我的华语不好。所以你打华语字我是完全看不懂，只有一些字哈。那我知道你是谁的学生，欢迎你。你听得懂英文吗？要是你听得懂英文，有可能你可以打英文字幕，说他们其他的人会知道你在说什么哈。Okay, I'm speaking Chinese because Xiao Dong is from Beijing. And he's a student of a friend of mine. You know, remember Howard? You know, the song that I did with Howard, Can't Cry Hard Enough? Yeah, so he's a student of him, and he just joined the channel. He attends the same church as Howard. There's this international church in Beijing. So I'm asking him to kind of like try to type in, try to message me, and or rather, just converse in English so everyone can know what his questions are. Shakespeare, I didn't realize it until I noticed people make covers for only the first 20 issues until the vocals appear. Ah, okay. Well, you know what, Shakespeare, you should probably learn how to sing and start singing. Yeah, I mean, I know it's kind of a bit of a challenge if you haven't sang before, but you're never too, never too old to learn new stuff. So you might just want to try to learn how to sing. I'm sure there are songs that you love singing. I'm sure there are songs that you would love to sing the chorus. So you might start from there. Scooter, what is a good sustain pedal at a good price? Sustain pedal for keyboards? What's sustain pedal for? We're talking about sustain pedal. What sort of sustain pedal? For the keyboards or for guitar? If you're talking about guitar, I don't know of any sustain pedal unless you're talking about the one that I reviewed, which is like a novelty thing. Tell me, Scooter. Jack, okay, I sing, and when I get together with my guitar players, buddies who don't, I notice a pretty big difference in how we approach the song. Yep. A sustain pedal for a guitar. Just hang on. There's this pedal which I reviewed many videos back. It's a lovely pedal, although it's expensive. Gonna find a link for you, Scooter. Just hang on. Hold your horses.小东，你是不是用那个房墙来这边吗？因为在北京我知道你们不可以上 YouTube. Okay, I just asked Xiaodong as how did he manage to get into YouTube, because they actually banned YouTube and Google in China. So he must have gone through a VPN server. Hey Dennis. Hi brother, how are you doing? Ah, okay. See, there you go. He types in English. That's great. Hey Scooter, I can't find it. It's somewhere, but it's taking me the longest time. Well, I'm gonna put that review down, the link down later on. If I can find it, because this is taking too long, and I'm neglecting you guys, so it's not good. It's kind of expensive. I bought it in Toman. It's not for me. It's for my brother Jeff, and he decided to get one. It works up to a certain point. You can actually play a chord and then kind of have it sustain, and then you can play stuff on top of it. It's pretty neat. Howard, yeah, Howard's awesome, isn't it, Jack? Right? You heard him, right? He was like playing the strings parts, and he's crazy. I love his feel. But I said, what are you looking for, Scooter? Because if you're talking about sustain pedal, nowadays, when people talk about sustain pedal, it's finally happening for guitar. The sustain pedal that you have for a keyboard when you play a chord and you step on the sustain pedal and the chord just ring forever. You're able to do this for guitars right now. That's the pedal I'm talking about. But the traditional sense of a sustain pedal, that what Jack have said, like a compressor or stuff like that. And those are not really sustain pedals. Those are just pedals that help to sustain the notes a little bit longer. It doesn't sustain like forever, right? It doesn't stay sustained indefinitely. The sustain pedal I'm talking about does, as long as your feet is on the what you call it, the sustain pedal. Oh no, Ian didn't come in today, no. But Jack is here, which is surprising, which is a pleasant surprise. Yeah. I think maybe Ian is doing another song. I don't know. Maybe a collaboration with another person. Mark, hi. Thank you. Have you subscribed to the channel, Mark? Mark Flores. Apparently, a lot of well, there's no. I think it's okay, Dennis. I think it's okay. I just called him the other day actually, and we spoke for a while. You know. Well, apparently a lot of you guys are interested in the well, that's how you guys came about, because of the Harley Benton guitars, and yeah, I guess because there must be something about it because of the affordability of the guitars as well as the quality of the guitars. But like I said many times, there certain things from Harley Benton are good, like for example the Fusion Pro series. But when you're talking about the rest of the other guitars, sometimes you have like little things that that might irk you, like scratch marks and leftover paints and stuff like that, or sometimes even more drastically, like pickups that doesn't work, or tremolo arm that doesn't stay in tune, stuff like that. Oh, really great, Mark. Welcome to the channel. Electro harmonics freeze. Ah, see, Manuano, that's something else. Tocayo. I just put it in order after watching a video. You see, there you go. I'm glad, Tocayo. Have you subscribed to the channel? Hey, thank you, Shakespeare. With that coming in, I'll probably buy more than coffee. I'll probably buy like a coffee maker. Thank you, guys. Yeah, so cool. I'm still looking for that pedal. It's supposed to be somewhere, but I think I missed it. Hold on. Can't be that far back. Hey, how are you, my Russian brother? Is Marshall Code Series actual today? Huh? Yes, Orion. You see? Orion got it down. The plus pedal. Yeah. But I'm still trying to find the link so that that Scooter can just see the pedal. Can you get the link, Orion? If you can get the link, can you just pass it to Scooter? Hi, Mikey. Stopping by to compliment you on your lead arrangements. Never steal and play with frugality. Shar from Real Town, Texas. Cool, Mikey. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Have you subscribed to the channel? Again, the same question I posed to Takayo. Yeah, if you have, welcome to the channel. And hang around, or shoot a breeze and ask me questions if you want, if you have any. Hi, Mike. HB okay if you're willing to spend some extra cash. I've had some issues. Yes, I agree with you. So it's not all rosy, when it comes to the Harley Benton guitars. I've heard horror stories from guys who have the guitars kind of shipped in like in really bad condition. Hi, George. Hi, Sam. Hi, Sam George. Sorry, you are from Toronto. So we have a fellow Toronto resident here. Tony Francis, I wonder where Tony is still around. Is there a difference in tone between strings size 9 and 10? I prefer 9. It's difficult to bend in size 10. What size do you prefer? Well, I prefer the 10s. I used to play 9s, and the fact is I actually used to play 8s a long time ago. And I used to break strings like crazy, like to the left and right. So it's bad when I'm like doing concerts, like stadium concerts, right? And in front of like 40,000 people, and you're breaking a string in the middle of a solo, and that is such a pain. And I finally decided, the heck with it. I'm gonna change my gauge to 0/10s, and I never had that problem ever since, unless I'm such a douchebag that that I didn't want to change strings for whatever reason it is, and the strings will break even 0/10s because of fatigue, right? I haven't changed the string for a couple of months. That's what's going to happen. But if I were to change strings regularly, I wouldn't have that problem at all. Oh, I think I found it. Did I found it? Almost there. Almost there. Yep, I found it. So you haven't found it. Okay, I'll give you the link now, Scooter. Okay, here you go. Okay, Scooter. There you go. All right, so yeah, 9.5 is a alternative. I tried the 9.5. I just still prefer the 0/10s because after so many years of playing 0/10s, you kind of know where you're gonna bend, and the stuff that you're gonna do. So the thing about this, okay, this is an interesting subject. The thing about this is scale length. Now, somehow scale length will kind of like dictate the tone of the guitar, as well as the playability of the guitar. Like I always find it easier to play on a Les Paul because the Les Paul has a different scale length than a Stratocaster. But I like the tone of the Stratocaster because of the single coil and stuff like that, right? And the humbuckers in the Stratocaster just sound different from the Les Paul. Now, many theories about this. The wood, Les Pauls are mostly made of mahogany. Strats are made of alder and swan ash and whatnot. But if people were to kind of like maintain that belief that it doesn't really matter what wood you're using, that everything is about the pickups, then you're gonna find discrepancy because it just sounds different. And I'm suspecting it's because of the scale length. And one reason why I wasn't too keen about the PRS tone, and I had this same conversation with Wayne just a couple of hours ago. We kind of agree on one thing, is that there's this thing about the PRS that I wasn't I'm too much of a fan of it, even though I love the way PRS guitars are made, the static and everything. There's a certain sheen about it, and it's probably because of the scale length. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think? I mean, it's something to think about. Like this guitar, it has the same scale length as the Les Paul, and that's why it's so easy to play for me. Even though the fret radius is a whole lot flatter than the ones on the G&Ls, like 9.5. This is like 13, and I believe the CST is also 13. That's why I find it easy to play. But I don't know about the scale length for the CST. But this is definitely the same as the Les Paul, so it's easy to play. And yeah, something to think about. Anyway, all right, Mikey, good. Yeah, welcome to the group here, because we have a nice bunch of people. We're all guitar mad. But nice guys here. A bunch of talented guys too here. Okay, Alan, Sam George, I prefer 9s. 10s gives a fuller bass, harder to bend. Yeah. Shakespeare, how does your wife put up with the times when you play non-stop? You know what? I'm at a room right at the back, right? But there are times when I'm playing with my amp. For example, when I was reviewing the Vox amp or the other amps that that comes through this room, the Black Star, it would be really loud because the front door is just here of the room. And even though I had it like padded, it doesn't really help much because sound will still leak out. And my wife would be in the hall, in the living room, watching her Korean drummer and all that, and she couldn't take it because it was so loud. And that's why I try not to review too much amps, because it gets really loud. You know how amps are, because there's certain amps that you can't play like real soft, because it doesn't bring up the tonality of what is supposed to be. So it needs to it needs to be played at a certain volume, and that certain volume can get really loud. And how my wife does it, I don't know. She's been married for me for 35 years now, so I don't know. She has lots of hearing. I hope not. All right. Okay, if you drop tune, you need at least 10s. If you drop tune a lot, and you will be better off with 011s actually. Yeah, for me, there is a whole lot of difference between 09s to 010s in terms of tonality. And I used to hear this phrase, like when guitarists were like, were being interviewed, guys would say, "Oh, I play with a higher gauge because I love the fact that the string is fighting back." It's kind of there's a sort of what's that word? Effort, an effort. You need to have a bit of effort and to fight back, So it's not so easy, and I, for the life of me, when I first heard that phrase, I for the life of me couldn't understand what the heck is he talking about. I thought playing guitar was supposed to be easy. Why would I have strings fighting back? And I guess now I understand what he's talking about. It's the little subtleties. It's real subtle. Are from 09 to 010. So when I go to 010s, I do feel the strings fighting back because of tension, but at the same time I have more control. I tend to bend in pitch more than when I used to in 09s. I tend to be sharp when I'm using 09 because I tend to overbend. And so after that, I kind of like knew where I was, especially around the gauge, the 010s, and so I can kind of like correctly gauge, how far am I supposed to push that string and how much I'm supposed to pull on the string. And after a while, you just get used to it. It's just a matter of getting used to it. It's a matter of muscle memory, more or less. And Dennis, you're right. I use 2 or 3 fingers. This is why I teach my lessons. But the fact remains is that you are supposed to be able to. Okay, free lessons? Well, not really. You're supposed to be able to be bending with all your fingers, except maybe your pinky. Is there sound? I don't know. Am I plugged in? Good Lord, where are you? Right. So if I were to do, for example, this, right? And we're taking like the easiest one. So I'm taking maybe the key of G. So I'm starting from the F sharp. So F sharp, G, G sharp, A. So what I do is I'm able to bend everything in the whole step. So the first finger, G. Third finger, fourth finger. Where are you? Right? So, if you notice, first finger, independent. Second finger, independent. Third finger, that's where the problem is because you don't have the strength. So what I do is I have my first and second finger to be a sort of a support. I'm able to do that. And even for my pinky, because for the pinky, there's no way. The most I can do is this independently. So I have the rest of the 3 fingers to give support. So that's how you practice your bending. But the important thing is your first 2 fingers, your first 2 digits. Learn how to bend this. Use these first 2 digits to bend independently, or even with the help of the first finger. Why? Because sometimes using the wrong pick, so it's hard to play. Sometimes when you're doing lines, like for example, okay, I'm gonna just do a solo, right? So it's the lines like that, which I use all the time. If you notice my playing, so I'm able to do this. If you're not able to bend with just a single digit, you can't do this. You get a picture? I hope you do. So, a good question, about bending notes. You need to kind of like practice bending with all 4 fingers if you can. So one of the lessons that I teach my students is to do this. So you're doing a half step, then you do a full step, then a half step, and a full step. So you can do it, and you can improvise. All these are all like exercises for you, but you can just do your improvisation and extend it from what you're doing, right? So again, and part of the whole thing about bending notes is that you can bend all you want, but if there's no vibrato, it doesn't make sense. So if you're bending, try to practice vibrato. And who was asking about singing, right? Was it? Let me see. Let me just go back a little bit. Someone was talking about singing and why he doesn't sing, and it does it affect the way he plays. The problem is that a lot of guitarists who don't sing would not understand the vibrato from your human voice. Like you want to sing love, you have vibrato, right? Love, Frank Sinatra is really good at that. Nat King Cole, no, the autumn leaves. So the natural voice has vibrato. So it's a great thing for guitar players to mimic the same effect. So you when you're bending a note, okay, volume's up. You see, you're doing vibrato. And it depends on you, in your genre of choice, because you have Uwe Malmsteen who has really extravagant vibrato, and there is a time and place for that. But I tend to keep it really minimum in a way so that it doesn't really overshadow the line that you're playing. So when you're playing like slow lines, nice ballad lines, vibrato is a must. You need to kind of hone in that skill of playing with the vibrato, to kind of like emulate how you would sound like when you're singing. Hope that helps. Richard Johnson, I prefer 9s so I can play all day without hurting my fingers. Oh, my fingers are beyond hurt. You can see my fingers here. You can't see anyway. Oops, excuse me. Jack the Rabbit, on PRS 25 strats are 25 and LPs 24. I don't know, man. I know that the PRS have different scale lengths, so I might just want to do some research on that. Yep. So what? The Les Paul has a shorter scale length, so and the PRS is 25 and the Strat is 25 point something, even longer, just a touch longer. So the PRS is kind of in the middle, Whoa, 35-inch scale, everything is easy. Good Lord. Yes, Mike, bless her heart. She's a darling, my wife. I can say enough about my wife. Dennis, I tried 9s. I didn't like them because you have to be deadly accurate if you push them. Yeah, that's my problem. That I have same problem, and 010s just fits me. So the PRS is 25.5. The Junior is 24.75. Yeah. Maybe try using 010s on 24 and 09s and. Yeah, you can try all sorts. If I used to experiment with a whole lot of skill length. My other friend, a good brother of mine, Daniel, he passed me some 9.5, mistaken, and I tried, and I was actually quite impressed with it because that was before I switched over to 010s. But I because it's not really readily available in Singapore. So I went back to 09 so after that, and subsequently after a couple of years I went to 010. So yeah, never changed anything. Yeah, maybe, but people mostly do that because of playing styles. Yes, that's right. Minuano, that's a great exercise. Yeah, I love Nat King Cole's voice. Oh, me too. My favorite singer. I love him so much, and nobody else can come close to him. If you notice, no one else. Jack, do you ever play lines done by horn players? Oh yes, yeah, and they are really nice lines. Like Rosanna, for example. That line is so hard to play, but it's a great exercise. And if you notice, Steve Lukather, when he plays live, he actually plays the same line with the horn players, and that's so radical. Yeah. Hi, Ian. How are you? You're here. Great to see you, Ian. Some of the guys are a bit worried for you, but I wasn't. I know you'll be all right. Dennis, yeah, I'm sorry, late. You have a baby shower? No, not really. Cool. Oh, really, Dennis? 40 years. Oh my, that's a long time. Yep. I didn't think too much about it. When I first met her, she was this cute thing, right? And when I proposed to her, it took me a long time to propose to her because I didn't know like what sort of wife she's gonna be, because she was really playful back at the age of 21. I knew her when she was 18, so I just took a chance and I proposed to her. And right after, she's okay. And right after that, well, I was married at 28, so she was what, 23. She's 5 years younger than me, so she was 23 years old. It's pretty young, right? And after my firstborn, and she became a mother, and good Lord, how she changed. She's not that girl that I met before. She's like just blossomed into this woman, this mature woman who is a mother as well as a wife, and she takes care of the house, she takes care of her baby, and she's so patient with me. And you guys know me, I travel a whole lot, and she's like doing everything herself. She goes to the bank for me to bank in the check. She does everything. Today what she does, today, she knows how to repair pipes. She does all the pipe work, in my house, like, the sink and stuff like that. She knows how to repair them. And it puts me to shame because I'm supposed to be the man of the house. But then again, she needs me for cockroaches, lizards. she would panic and stuff, like it's too high up, and she'll get me to do it. But she's great, I thank God each day for her. I don't know what I'll do without her. Oh, cool. 30 years. Hey, Miguel, how are you? Hola. That's a good one, Dennis. Yeah, I mean, we had a plumber come in the other day, and he's like an old man. He's like about 60s, and he's retired, but he's a plumber. So there was this work that needs to be done because my wife couldn't handle it, and he was there. And guess what my wife was doing? She was learning everything from him. And this old man was so nice. He knows that my wife has this passion, so he kind of taught her the secret. And I go like, man, that's my wife, so it's crazy. Hey, yeah, go for it, Dennis. Tell us. I'm going to check with my Beijing friend. Where is he still around? What's his name again? 小东，你还在吗？小东，还是你走了？ Ian, maybe even a nasty one, eh? Jack the Rabbit. Choose right and it will last forever. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jack, you need to find a girl. You need to find it. And I'm sure there are lots in San Francisco. Yeah, I mean, yeah, when the right one comes along. You know it. Paulo, I'm cooking, but please make there's no one like you. There's no one like you, song tutorial. There's no one like you? What's that? There's none like you. You're talking about there's none like you. You're cooking, so how are you going to learn at the same time? I'm wondering, what are you cooking, Paulo? Yes, Jack, you need to settle down. I know you're kind of young compared to us old farts around here, but it's always good to find a good woman to settle down. If you find the right one, it steadies your soul. It steadies your soul, and you feel like you're anchored. Yeah. And it's nothing like coming home to someone you love and someone who loves you. Brian Kim, hi, how are you? Yeah, welcome back. I remember you. Would you say a fretboard radius of 9.5 is most versatile in terms of chord playing, solo playing, bending notes? Yes, I do believe it is. Although some might disagree with me, because some of them are so used to playing those Ibanez guitars that have 12-inch or 13-inch fret radius, and they're so used to that. But for a lot of the traditional players from Strat, and all that, and the Telecasters, they are really used to 9.5. 9.5 is kind of like a norm nowadays. Gone are the days when we used to have 7.5, which I love. I love 7.5 personally. I have no problem with playing 7.5, but I can see where they are going, because 7.5 takes a little bit more effort when you're playing bendings and stuff like that. So the 9.5 is pretty easy, because it's not easy, it's not really hard to play, and for all the things that you mentioned, it's right up the alley. 小东你还在，好，我希望你听得懂哦，你可以问我问题的哦，不要怕羞。No, so my Beijing friend is still around, and he says, yeah, 在 means I'm here, and I told him that if he had any question, just to post it. Alright. It will take a few responses to get through, but if you stick with me until the end, I'll guarantee you a laugh. Okay, go for it, Dennis. Tom's niece is lovely. Jack, think I have to do a possibility of Jack the Rabbit. Who's this Tom? Yeah, there's a lot. There are lots here in San Francisco, but I don't have the big wallet. Oh well, I'll stick to guitars from now. Really? I mean, are girls still like that? I don't think so. My wife is not like that. She wasn't in it for me. For the money, because I had none. She used to have a rich boyfriend once, I remember, but it didn't last. No, I think there are girls out there who's looking for a good man, just like you who is looking for a good woman. Who knows? Jacinta, she's awesome, but I think she's really young. Would love to collab with her though. Cool. It all started with me losing my first wife to my ex best friend, and I sure do miss him. Okay. Right. So this is Dennis, right? He says it all started with me losing my first wife to my ex best friend. I sure do miss him. So I went through a lot, as you can imagine, and I was not a very nice person for a while during my dealings with the pain of divorce. My mother saw I needed a good woman in my life, so she introduced your present wife. Jack, you're 38 years old. You're not getting younger. I thought you were younger than that. I thought you were like in the mid-20s, like 25, 26. You're 38. Oh, wow. Well, Mike, you're 67 tomorrow. Happy birthday. Blessed birthday, Mike. Wow, 67. Cool age. Still rocker. Still rocking. Yeah, so, 38 years old, it's time to get a mic. Alan. See, Alan is one of them who prefers a wider fret radius. And Ian, I spoke to Ian a couple of days ago, and he was saying, oh, Jack is pretty young. So in my head, I was thinking, oh, maybe he's like 28. most. He's that young, Ian. See, I wasn't wrong. All right. Anyway, so Brian, joining in the topic of a good woman, I agree that a good wife anchors you as long as she's not too restrictive on your guitar purchases. Well, you gotta understand them, okay, Brian. The fact is, half the time they are the ones who are cleaning the house, unless you're the one who's cleaning the house. All right, and guitars been left, in places like this. It's really hard to clean. That's why I keep them all mostly in my room. But I have spillovers in the hall, in the living room, and some in the bedroom, and quite a lot in the bedroom. And that's where she started making noise. Like, why is there so many guitars? So to get this guitar is a challenge for me, right? But I won her over because I kept saying, look at the video, look at the video. I just did a video of this, right? Look at the video. Here it sounds, it sounds pretty good. Hey, bless her heart, she goes like, yeah, it does sound a bit different from your usual guitar. It sounds good. It sounds nice. But you don't need another guitar, I go, but, if I'm going to let this go, it's going to be gone forever because it's the last piece and they don't make it anymore. And after a while, she'd go like, whatever, just do what you want to do. She kind of relented, so, yes. Anyway, so, Jack, when you get close, you will see the gray hairs in my beard. Okay. You know what I want to do with you guys? I just want to give you guys a hug. You know who you are. You guys are so. Anyway, you're gonna get me all sentimental because I'm an introvert. I don't get out much. I have, in my whole life, I have like less friends than what this hand can count. Good friends that I can depend on. Friends that are my friends, and there are a few in between. I have probably about 3 or 4. So I'm so glad and so blessed to find you guys here above of all places in YouTube, and you guys make me happy, and I thank you for that. You bring joy in my life. Okay, so Dennis, to continue, to my wife, to introduce you to your present wife. Now my mother had remarried after my dad passed. My wife was the granddaughter of my new stepdad. Okay, stick with me. The funny part is coming. I promise. Okay, I'll wait. Hey, Tom. Well, you're not late. You're just nice, I guess. We're just running to what? About close to 3 hours. Yep, close to 3 hours. So you're not that late. Yes, Mike, I believe 67 years, it's not easy. Ian, Jack looks young. It's a gift from an upcoming musician. Oh yeah, sure. Musicians, they don't look old. Never did. Who am I kidding? I look at myself in the mirror and go, oh man, I'm like sagging, my face is kind of melting. Oh well, it's part and parcel of life. I embrace it. Alan, and things are fine, but very quiet in Chester all day. Dry day for a change. Wow, cool. That's great. Okay, so my wife and I got married. This Dennis, okay. Now this makes for interesting family dynamic. No blood relations, but what? Now that I'm married to my stepdad and my grandma, so now that I'm married to my stepdad's granddaughter, my mother is my grandmother. My mother-in-law is my sister. And my wife, oh my good lord, is my niece, and I'm my own. That's good. That's a good one, Dennis. Cool. It's mind-boggling, but it's, man, I wonder how you end up in this situation. That's life. Life has the best tragedy and the best comic, the best comedy of all. That's life. Scooter, yeah, your wife said the same thing, right? Ian, Ian, you are not the only one that says keep the guitar. There's a couple of them here who says keep the guitar. Are you gonna get it? Are you gonna get it? And I am also in a dilemma because I really want to get it, but the thing is, I have to ask myself, do I need another guitar? You know, but chances are I'll get it. I haven't told the shop yet that I'm getting it. They gave me a really good deal, so it'll be silly of me not to get it. So yes, Ian, I'm keeping it. See, Scooter is another one, right? So, good lord, I consider everyone in this community to be a friend. You're a sweetheart, Jack. You've always been. Tom, I'm lucky I have a wife who insists on buying me guitars at least. Wow, see? What can I say? Tom is one of the few. That's great. My wife would say the same thing to me, like, yeah, okay, when's your birthday coming? I'll buy you a guitar. And I go like, with which credit card? Yeah, she used a supplementary card, which is from me, so I end up paying the thing. So, no, thank you. I'll choose my own guitar. Thank you very much. Hey, Ian, just the friends you have met, Jonathan Cole. We are the ones you never met. Strangers are always friends you never met, and you have thousands of them. Yeah, yeah, there are a couple of guys out there, I'm sure, and I'm sure a lot of them are, most of them are nice people. But you're the ones who interacted with me most of the time during the comment section down below, and I've seen you, and I go through all this process, this live stream, and I have to take it with a grain of salt as to where you guys are actually from. But I found out through all this interaction with you guys that you guys are really transparent and you are who you are. Then again, I might be wrong, or well, at least I know Ian is a guy. I know Jack is a guy, and I don't know about Dennis. She could be a she. Just joking, Dennis. Just putting a leg. Yeah, you know how it is in the internet. You can never really tell unless I call you guys up, which I'm planning to one by one, slowly. Right, so Tom. You see, Tom is one of those guys like Ian who always think positive, no matter what happens to them. He says, "It pays to be in the bad health." I'm silver lining. I love you, Tom. You are one of the bravest men I've met. You and Ian. I tip my hat to you gentlemen. Well done. You are inspiration to me. Alan, good friends are there when you need them. We try our best to support you. I'm glad. I'm touched. I'm so pleased to hear that from you, Alan. I know. Dennis, I had a ball over years calling my mother-in-law sis. Yeah, that's something else, right? I mean, I that's not a thing that we can get to do. You are one of the few who can do that and get away with it. Ian, that must be that must make Christmas cards for a nightmare. Oh yeah. Andrew, yeah, sounds like I saw out my own grandpa. Andrew Cordell, if that LTD is available at a good price, go for it. Now, see, you just joined the bandwagon. Okay, thank you. And Ian, yes, I heard that. My inner rock child. Well, it's not inner. It's just there. It's just that sometimes, well, I was telling the guys. I'm doing a show, a live taping, next Thursday. The show is on Friday. It's going to be live streaming YouTube. I'm going to put a link down for you guys to check it out. But it's going to be very different from the concerts that I do because I don't know the singers. Some of the singers are really good. I met a couple of them. But basically, it's the same band that I tour with, except minus Joel, who's the second keyboardist. So we're playing like a set of about 18 songs or 16, 17 songs. And some of the songs are really rockin' songs, and I'm just looking forward to that. And there will be some trade-off guitar solos with me and Sebastian. And there's even a song with a harmony solo. So I just hope I learn the songs properly by then. So it's gonna be a good way to spend a couple of days, getting to learn the songs. And I'm really stoked about it. I'm really excited about this. I just miss playing with those guys. Dennis, Tom, tell her to call my wife, please. Okay. Paula, what do you call a female police officer that plays guitar? A sheriff. Okay, well that's nice. So what happens to you that Eric Clapton song? I shot the so he actually shot a female guitar player. Which incidentally reminds me, I actually wanted to cover this song. I Shot a Sheriff by Eric Clapton. I just want to do it in a different format. That kind of like got me thinking. Ian, Dennis, I have to say your picture looks like just like a man. Hey, you can never tell. You can never tell. Kim, you used to be a frog. All right. What happened? Some princess came over and kissed you. That's what happened. Oh, good Lord. I mean, what more can I ask to spend Sunday morning with you guys? You guys are the best. Okay, my mother-in-law is allergic to rose, so I plant tree by the front door and call them mother-in-law repellent. It never stopped her though. I love my mother-in-law. We got along really great. At least my wife, Brian, at least my wife is now seeing how passionate I am about playing electric guitar. Finally, I can get back into playing after a dry spell due to other priorities in life, career, and kids. I'm glad that you finally had the time to do that, Brian. Yeah. In contrary to what people think about guitars and how expensive they can be, which is the truth, playing guitar has a whole lot of goodness, right, to your health. It relieves stress. It creates creativity in your head, so that it will delay or rather eradicate the onset of Alzheimer's and whatever you have. Playing music in general is a good exercise, to ward off diseases like Alzheimer's. Although it's not proven, because Glenn Campbell has Alzheimer's and he's a great musician. So, but other than that, it's a great tool for you to relieve stress, especially when you have stress from your work or whatever, like what you just said, the priorities in life, kids and stuff like that, career. And playing guitar is a good way to relieve stress. Trust me. And that's why I love my work, because my work is not my work. The things I'm doing for a living is actually my passion, and I love it. I love it to death. Seriously, I love it. And I love it. It's part of my life. That's what God has gifted me with, and I cherish it every day. And to know that I'm still able to play guitar with these old fingers of mine, yeah, I'm blessed. And there was this the other day when I saw this a video from Larry Carlton, when he talks about how he had played for so long that with a pick, that his hands were kind of like bent like this. And I look at my hand as compared to my left hand, and I find that mine is the same thing. If you notice, this is kind of bent as opposed to this. You notice this? So this after many years of playing, and when I look at this, I go like, oh wow, this is how long I've been playing the guitar with a pick. And that's from Larry Carlton, right? And look at yourself, look at your hands, and something interesting. Okay, Tom, the sound of LTD is brilliant, but it's not your normal tone, but it was fantastic. Yeah, and that's what this is exactly what my wife said. It says no, it doesn't sound like your other guitars. It sounded very different, and it's nice, and that was a go ahead from her. So Paula, I came here and read something about a picture of someone looking like a man that reminded me of Lola by the Kings. Okay. All right. And that's Kim. Yeah, Kim is from Holland. Nice person. You know, he has a great YouTube channel too. And some of the great songs that he did. Paulo, playing guitar helps me abstract my mind for a while and gives me the sense that I'm making something, creating something. Yeah. And I told Brian, I totally agree with John. There are lots of benefits to playing guitar. It's far more productive than sitting in front of a TV watching Korean dramas, which my wife does. Which my wife does too, Brian. And I finally set up a Chromecast for her in the bedroom. So now my second daughter Sarah is watching TV in the living room, and my wife has found a way to watch her Korean dramas without being interrupted in the bedroom. Okay. Jack, I almost lost a few fingers working with deli slices and knives when I was a meal cutter. Oh wow, that's horrible. Yeah. I'm glad you kept your fingers though. Ian, God gives strength to guitar players' fingers. Paulo, we are who we do argue. Yes, we are. How do you always produce guitar sounds? Happy break, welcome to this group. Hope you subscribe to this channel. If you have, welcome to the channel and welcome to the live stream. I think the first time I see you here. Your question is how do you always produce guitar sounds so well? Do you record with mics or with some amp plugins? Well, I actually did this description in this. You know, I actually put it down in the description segment on every video that I do. It's recorded with a Line 6 Helix native plugin, which I use in conjunction with my digital audio workstation. I'm using a digital performer. So the plugins right now, I think they have just ended the sale. It costs about, if not mistaken, about 340 something US, but it was going for pretty cheap, like 100 something, like for a limited time, for a summer sale. I don't know where the sale is still on. Yeah, that's why I used. And the thing about the Helix Native is because I have the Helix floorboard, so it works together. So whatever I've program any sound on a Helix Native, I can actually port it over to my Helix floorboard, and that takes a whole lot of work out of the equation, because whatever I'm hearing through the monitor speakers and the studio, I can duplicate that in live situation. So like for example, the live recording that I'm doing next week, or the gigs that I play, you know, whatever sound that I have on my Helix Native is already been ported over to the Helix, so it's the same. Yeah. Okay. Then Dennis, if you look at my hands, you'll see I'll be better off playing in clay than guitar. I have meaty hands and fat fingers, but somehow I make it work. Hey man, hey Dennis, you can't knock that, because I've seen guitar players, great guitar players with fat fingers, real fat fingers, like fingers like a butcher, But good lord, they can play. They play really good. Doesn't matter now how big your fingers are. It don't matter. Tom, hey, we're not getting drunk or gambling tons of money or snorting cocaine. What's a few guitars? Yeah, right, Tom. That's what my friend Jeffrey used to tell me, because his wife is truly against him buying guitars. And Jeffrey has more guitars than me, and well, he lives in a bigger house than me, so it's not a problem for him. But he used to sneak in guitars in the dead of night, and he would give excuse. Oh no, this guitar is on loan because Jonathan wants me to try this and just lend it to me. But half the time, these are all the new guitars. And the fact is, I ordered guitars for him, from Harley Benton, and they're shipped to my house, not to his house. So he have used this excuse for many a times. I don't go out whoring, I don't go out drinking in pubs and stuff like that. All I do is just stay at home and play my guitar. Is that too bad? But some women, they're different. Anyway, but she's okay. I mean, she's a good wife, and I mean, after all this time, he has gotten away with so many guitars. You know, you can rightly say that she's deaf, dumb, and blind, and she don't notice all these new guitars that sprung out all over, right? Anyway, Surat, Tom, if you ever need hookers and blow, you can always sell off your guitars. Oh man. Okay, happy break. Okay. Paulo. Oh, by the way, do you get to see that video about Fardo and the Portuguese guitar? No, Paulo. I didn't have the time to do it. Yeah. I think we talked about this on the last stream, right? And yeah, sorry, man. Like I said before, it was election night yesterday. It was election night, and I stayed up till real late in the morning to see the results. Yeah. So the thing is that we still have the ruling party in control, but we have gained 3 places for the opposition, so that's good news, right? Brian Kim, Korean dramas are taking over the world, probably more due to this time. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm just waiting for the new Train to Busan Part 2 to come out. That'll be a bash, you know. That'll be great. Jack the Rabbit, Dennis, oh man, I had 6 stitches last year in my index finger. Oh, my friendly hand, and couldn't play for almost 3 months. I'm glad I can still play. How is it now, Jack? Is it all healed up? Did it went to the bone? Ew, you know, BB King had some sausage fingers. Yeah, Surat, you're right. Brian Kim, I'm planning to get my first Telecaster very soon. I'm contemplating if I should get one with a Bixby, but I feel having my first Tele should be a string true. Any thoughts? Don't get the one with the Bixby. If you're gonna get your first Telecaster, Brian, you have money to spare. I just did this video, right? Just a couple of hours ago before I came online. This still has that price tag on. Don't matter because I played this guitar. Okay, I'll play it live so that you guys can tell how it sounds like. Let's hold on. Let's get me a clean sound. Alright. Hope it's still in tune. This is a John Page AJ. It's called an AJ. It's like a Tele. Exactly like a Tele. It has a P90s. These are the Bloodlines pickups. P90 and a straightforward a Tele pickup wired by John Page. John Page, in contrary to what I mentioned on the last stream on Wednesday, that I didn't even know who John Page is. John Page is a master builder in Fender Custom, you know, and so he has left custom shop and set up his own company. So his hand-built guitars are made in the States, and they are personally built by him, so it costs a bomb. So these guitars are the one that's designed by him, but these are manufactured in Japan under Sugi. So they're great guitars, you know. They're not terribly expensive, you know. This is like 2001 or 2003 Singapore dollars, and you know the things that I see here is like, you know, it's really good, real good guitar, really good Telecaster. You know, it has staggered tuners, you know, like it's Goto staggered tuners with the Clusen style, and nice nickel, the normal nickel, traditional nickel frets. I think this has 12-inch fret radius, right? Maple neck, alder body, and a what you call that, brass saddles, right? And no fancy stuff, no forward switch. It's just a 3-way switch, which is in the back, like a Les Paul style thing, but different position, right? Knob, volume and tone, and that's about it. But sounds great. middle pickup. See how it sounds like doing like without the reverb, and maybe with less gain. And this is nice. This is like the last pickup. You know, this is how it sounds. It's not as high powered as most tallies. You know, it's not really high gain, but sustain, great sustain. You know, and I'm really like surprised. This is the last pickup, right? I'm able to do that because it's deep enough. Great guitar, and the thing is that it also sounds good, and a crunch. No, distort. What do you think? You know, it feels so. If you're looking for a tally, something to look at, you know. And mind you, this guy is from Fender Custom Shop, so this is his own design. If I have the chain to spare, which is like 2,000 Singapore dollars, 2001 or 2003, yeah, this is a great guitar to look at. This is a classic C shape. It's not a modern C, so it's not really chunky. It's comfortable. No, it's not really hard to play. Just like the way it sounds. You know. Yeah, I'm liking it. I mean, it's kind of dangerous because I have to like control myself. All right, so okay, so you guys have seen this. Where are you guys? I don't see you guys. Okay, where I just overshot. um. All right, so we're just starting from so because I see you're right. Go for a string true. A big speed on will be too much. Yes, this is a string true. All right. I'm not pushing this guitar by any means, but I just thought that it's a great tally style of guitar, and yeah, just brought it up. Or you might see it the other day. Okay, cool. Paulo, I'll look up for the guy. Hi Estalon, how are you? A bit late, but it's okay. Jack the Rabbit, yes, but it's a Portuguese, and I know you're from South America, so I truly artist in there. Okay, I used to think my fingers are too stubby, so I watched some Kingfish and I think I should be okay. Okay, it's the red. You're fine, don't worry about it. Oh, excuse me. Mike, I was worried about a takeover. I was thinking about you when I heard about that. What takeover? Oh yeah, if you're talking about the election, right? Jack, yeah, it went to the bone. It was pretty bad. It's fine now. The doctors did a great job, and I was really careful not to mess with it. Okay, you gotta be more careful, Jack. Fingers, man. I used to be a combat engineer. You know what combat engineers do? They build bridges, and this was back in the days before it was automated by those vehicles that would just the bridge would just fall. We used to build them by hands, and with carrier transoms and all that, and those things weigh a ton. So I was always afraid of my fingers getting caught in one of those things and snap off or get flattened. It was always a nightmare for me. But thank God kept me safe, all through all those years. And I was a combat engineer, and we play around with explosive, right? So I'm always afraid of that detonator, that small little detonator, because that blow your fingers off anytime. Again, God's grace is sufficient for me. Okay, Surat, FYI, I'm half ATM. What's that? Okay, Jack the Rabbit, steal my bear, dude. Okay, I'll upgrade my ST20 HSS in a couple of days. I'll get a 498T in the bridge. Cool. GraphTech nut and locking tuner is gonna wire the pop straight to the jack. Excellent. Brian, okay. Thanks for your input. It really validates what I'm thinking as well. String true it is. Yeah, stay away from the what you call that, the big speed, because it doesn't really stay in tune. It's gonna be a headache, until they find a way. What is the attraction about the big speed is the way the hardware is, with the big metal thing with the word big speed. And yeah, other than that, it just doesn't stay in tune well. Okay, Paulo, nice guitar. That's a beautiful lick. Thank you. That guitar has some spankiness. Yes, it does. Yes, Happy Brick. It has a killer sound. It's a great sounding guitar. It is. The thing is that it's not even heavy. It's like 3.1, 3.2 kg, and real well constructed. Japanese, you know how Japanese workmanship is. I'm really liking this guitar a lot. Pity about the price though, but then again, it's a high quality guitar, so I guess it's priced for that. Jack Collins, I can't believe you're still online. Love all you, and I needed this therapy. Yeah, Jack, we're keeping you company. No, yeah, we are. No, okay, so you're confused. Stay with us, Jack. You need company right, for now. All right. Ian, that's a tone I could live with. Jonathan Cole, you're doing my guess no good whatsoever. I know. Right now, guitars, I just don't like to review guitars. That's one of I love to review guitars. You know, I just don't see me doing reviews of guitars and buying them. You know, that doesn't make sense economically because I'm not paid to do all these reviews by these guys. You know, I'm just doing it because it's for the channel, it's for you guys, so that you guys will have a understanding of what guitars are out there. You know, and it's a passion for me because I like to try new guitars. But the shops don't pay me anything, but they give me really good deals. So yeah, and you know, my time with city music, you know, I end up with like 2-3 G&Ls, 2 Martins or 1 Martin. You know, that's not good for my bank account. But I don't know. Okay, so thank you, Paulo. When you were unboxing the John Page, I watched later. I wanted to shout out who John Page was. Why didn't you? Yeah, I didn't know who was John Page. You know, that's how ignorant I am. But I learn every day. I learn. Funky, yeah. Andrew Cordell, the Schecter PT Special has a P90 in traditional tally bridge. It's cheap, 600 USD. Daryl Brown reviewed it. Okay. Yeah, that's something to look at if you're looking for a cheaper version. Paula, okay, thank you. Dennis, Jack, yes, these live streams are great for casting of your cares and just sharing love and music and each other. Ian, start saving. That guitar is not a cheap one. Yes. It's not really expensive too because well, a set, you know, a G&L A set will cost you around that much too. Yeah, probably around that much. But the thing about the A set is you have the MFD pickups. You can always get the A set special, which has the sort of equivalent to their P90s. But these pickups are something different. I find that there's a something different about these pickups. These Bloodlines pickups. They sound really good, you know, and it's real subtle, but you know, it's nice. I just can't describe it. It's not, like I say, it's not a high output pickup, but it's not really a too soft a pickup. You know, it's just somewhere in the middle. Well, I can tell because when I'm using my Helix Native, I can actually tell the input signal coming into the plug-in. So I know this is not on the high output, but it has great sustain, and it's probably because of the pickup and the body, you know, and maybe the five bolt or neck or you know, joint. I don't know. Strange but nice. Okay, so you need some P90s in your life. Yeah, I mean, the P90s have its own thing, but like I said many times, you know, if given a choice of P90s or humbuckers, I would choose the humbuckers, because the P90s can be really noisy, and this P90s, you know, for some reason, it's not that noisy, and probably because of the low pickup. I mean, the low output. Maybe that's gonna do something with it, but it's not as noisy as say some of the P90s I reviewed. Like I reviewed a Yamaha. I think there's the what model is that? 612 or 6 something, which has a P90. That was noisy. And there was another guitar with a P90s which I reviewed, and those are noisy, but this is not. This is like relatively quiet. So yeah. Ian, do you think there's a slight Telecaster type twang to the guitar? Yeah, there is. Although a lot of people would beg to differ, I think this is a modern take of a Telecaster rather than a traditional Telecaster, which you would probably spend a whole lot less. You know, the black paisley T70 is a great sounding Telecaster. You know, so cheap, and it just sounds like a Telecaster off the bat. You know, but this doesn't sound like the TU70. But then again, I must remind you that the TU70 that I have, I changed the pickups to Seymour Duncan's. So those are with the hot tallies, you know, mistaken, or the stack tallies or whatever it was. I can't remember. This is a slightly modern take, but you know, if you put it in a middle position, you can get a spank of how a tally is supposed to sound like. When I was playing the funk rhythm, you can get that, and the bridge pickup can actually give you the twang. And yeah, it serves both arenas, like the traditional as well as the modern. It's just dependent on the way you play. Thank you, Dennis. I try. Mike, I see a HB copy coming to a bedroom. Yeah. Alright. Scooter slide. What? I don't know. What are you trying to say? Slide. Wait. Wow, you guys just came off. No, I'm so lag, I guess. Okay. Where are you guys? Need some pay 90s. Okay, Jonathan. Okay. Ian to Alan, I know, but we must sacrifice for our art. That's what we tell our wives. Or we tell ourselves to justify the money that we are spending. Brian Kim, nice style, nice tally style guitar, P90 neck pickup. Noise is acceptable. Yes, like I just said, Brian. Yeah. Tom, that's gorgeous. I'm convinced a P90 in the neck is the way to go. It seems to make the neck a bit more rich. Yes. Like I said, it does make a difference. That's one reason why I chose the Blues Boy, because it has a full-blown humbucker in it rather than a P90, and it's way more quiet. Yeah. If the band is playing raunchy, then no one notices the 60 cycle hum. That's true. Then love the Footloose vibe on that. Yeah, it's my favorite song. It's my all-time favorite song. Footloose. Great. Paulo, nice. Okay, Shakespeare, if only I could play like you. You can. In time, you can. Shakespeare. Practice, how you get the Carnegie Hall. Practice. They were offering some demos and B stocks for around 900 US. I was very tempted. Yay! If you can get some of this, that'll be great. Where do you find them, Stuart? Whereabouts? In musician friends, or where? Seems a bit weak on the mids to my ears. Yes, you're not too far from the truth, Alan. These are not your typical round sounding pickups for tally. And if you notice, the traditional tallies doesn't have too much of a mid-range. It actually has a little bit of a scoop. Well, not too much. And this is like wired almost to that specification. Like I said, with a little bit of a modern take to it. And the mids you can always boost up in your amp or whatever, as long as the pickup sounds controlled, they're not over, like when I bought the TE70 from, or rather the other Harley Benton tally, the TE52 or something like that, and I always complained that the bridge pickup was like just too brittle, they just distort too much. This doesn't have that, and it's kept in control. And that's the thing I don't like about certain pickups for tallies, that they're just too brittle, just too they distort in not a nice way, So yeah. Okay. Scooter, it reminds me of a Yamaha Rev Star sound. Yeah, right. Almost. Happy break. I have a question about singing, because I was very surprised when I heard your first video where you sang. I was impressed. Do you have any advice for practicing mixed voice? What do you mean? Singing? You mean singing? Well, one way is to kind of sing together with a song. That's the only way. I started singing when I was really young. I started singing when I was 4 or 5. In fact, as early as I can remember, I used to sing on buses, and the passenger in front of me would sometimes get irritated if I sing off key, but most of the time they just kept quiet, because some of the songs I sang are like really hip at that time. We were talking about back in the 60s. Yeah, I always been singing, as far as I can remember. So singing is a natural part of me. I sing a whole lot in the army, and that's how I got in cozy with my commanding officers, because they love my singing, I guess. Yeah, so it's something that you need to kind of like grow up with. And if you're just starting, it'd be good if you just start singing, even if it's torturous to those around you, maybe you just sing like in a bathroom or in places where you don't But what I'm saying is that just sing as much as you can. If you don't give a shit about, sorry, if you don't give 2 cents about what people think, then just sing out loud. And the more you sing, the better you get. Of course, there will be people who are tone deaf, and people who are tone deaf, they, for the life of them, they just couldn't get the pitch up. And you got to know when you're like that, and just quit when the going is good. Yeah, but if you're not one of those, then just continue to sing. Just continue to sing, and you get there one day. Yes, Surat, I was taking a look at the Ashburn. I might review that soon. Yeah. Ian, the tone makes me want to sing. I think I'm in love again. Total tart when it comes to guitars. Yeah. Okay, that's great. Ian, I may be an old comedian, but low mids is great for the mix, and the EQ will lift it for, yeah, that's right. I agree, but not always playing raunchy. I also play in church as well as modern worship, so I'm playing clean tones with a bit of a drive. Yeah, and this guitar will be right out of the alley because it's not really overbearing. Yeah, great for church, and it looks really Christian-like with all the white. My pastor will approve of this guitar. On the flip side of the coin, I guess my pastor will not approve of this guitar. No, my pastor is great. He doesn't really care. As long as I don't come in church with a satanic sign or something like that. Who's leaving? Scooter, you leaving, Scooter? Okay, you take care. I will. I'm keeping the SG. Okay. Jack Collins, yes, God always has a tendency to make things better. I appreciate y'all standing beside me in this time. Yeah. Archon, I buy a Harley Benton roasted too because of me. Yeah, too bad I don't get commission, Archon. I don't believe in that because they actually approached me. Some subscriber actually asked me why didn't I get a sort of a deal with Harley Benton so that every guitar that they purchase through my channel, I'll get a cut of it. I just didn't want to because I'm not into that for the money, Yeah, I'll see you, Scooter, next week. You have a great weekend ahead and a great week ahead. Yeah, Ian, Brian, I get it. In the UL, the hum seems less for some reason. Alan, do you hear that too? I always wonder why. You can write the volume or use a good noise gate. Can anyone recommend a good noise gate? There are a couple of noise gates that are available in the market, and there are some that are really good. In fact, most of them are not too bad. They work well. Right. Okay, so give me some time to catch up because I'm still far behind. The ones that I tried is the noise gate from TC Electronics. They're a bit pricey, I guess, but I think they dropped the price a whole lot. They're good noise gates. Any proposal for pickups HSH to be versatile? I play metal rock. Well, you can always do the same thing that I did. So you might want to check out the videos that I had about this Harley Benton HSH. You can follow the same route, or you can head down to Seymour Duncan website and choose the pickup that suits you. If you're gonna do metal, then it'll be maybe advisable to get active pickups. They have a couple of active pickups from Harley Benton which are really affordable. And if you have some money to spare, then go for the real thing, the EMGs. And the EMGs have some really nice heavy, active pickups for heavy metal. Yeah. Surat, single coils will make a big comeback with so many using multi-effects rig now with good noise gates. Yes, you're right, Surat. Tom, I used to be an awful metal worker, and I caught the top in the guillotine climb. Then I had to run and catch my my fainting cold walker when you see. Luckily, he healed perfectly. Oh my good lord. You! Okay. Alright. No, it's a thumb. Oh man. How's the thumb now, Tom? Is it still intact? Did it kind of like put it back, or is it gone forever? Or is this a meat? Okay. Mike, I bought a Harley Benton DS Traveler. I was surprised how loud it is, but the frets were bloody. Your finger setup is terrible. I guess I'll be getting an education because I'm going to give it a try. Yeah, Mike. Yes, the sad to say, I did review that Traveler guitar because a friend of mine wanted to buy one. So I thought, hey, if you don't want to spend too much money on getting a GS Mini or a Baby Taylor, you know, this is something you can get. So I ordered it for her. So I'm just about to do a review. And yes, it's not easy to play. It has to be set up properly. And once it's properly set up, yeah, it works. The thing about me is because I can do like basic setup, so I know how to kind of like straighten the truss rod and maybe file down the nut a little bit just to get the action down and stuff like that. I am able to do all that, so you might just want to try a hand, and if you don't want to, then always send it to a luthier. That'll be a safer route. Yep. Ian, I would recommend simple vintage single coils, but I'm a bit of a fan, so take that with a pinch of salt. I find more flexibility and more transparency. Yes, I agree with that too. Jack, Mike, it just sounds like your Harley Benton needs to be set up. Yes, I won't give it away. Take it to luthier you trust. Yeah, exactly what I said. Alan, thought it was my hearing on my speakers. P90s are not my favorite pickups. All tops and bottom with little mid-range. Yes, that's true. Alan, that's true. That's why I said I read it. But compared to a P90s to a normal bridge pickup of a Tally, it has a little bit more mid-range. But then it's still depending on your P90s, which make. I've heard some really good P90s. It has more mid-range, but again, yeah, more noise. So that's why I choose to have a humbucker instead of a P90s. That's the reason why. Okay, I was shopping directly from the John Page Classic website. Cool. Alright, every Harley Benton I bought has been great right out of the box. The string action might be a little high, but everything was well, yeah. Yeah, the same thing with me, Jack. People were like complaining to me like, hey Jonathan, that's not the truth. I guess Thomann sent you the special editions of the Harley Bentons because they know that you're going to review these guitars and so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter is that I bought a whole lot of guitars before they started passing it to me, which I hope they haven't stopped. So I bought every single guitar, right, and they were all set up really nicely, except one or two where the tremolo bridge is all flush, it's all set, and so I had to like kind of lift it up to make it float. Apart from that, everything was well set up. The intonation was spot on. Everything was okay. All right. Mike, I'm gonna give you Mike to Jack Collins. I'm gonna give it a try myself. It's so cheap, it won't break my heart. Bring it for a setup if I fail. Yeah, try it. You learn something in the process. Like I did a DIY on sanding down the neck of my TE70 because it was like coated heavily with the finish. Yeah, I didn't like it, so I did it for 3 guitars at one shot. So I did a CST 24T. So in case you guys are interested in that, let me know. And the T70 and my Fender Japan Strat, I had sent it out too, and it plays great. So that was my first time. I didn't even know what the heck am I doing. So I did a bit of research and found out that Scotch Brite would do the job. So I did it with water, yeah, and it worked well. Yeah. Hey, hi Terry Atkinson. I'm glad you can join us. Haven't seen you around for a long time. Okay, so Jack Collins, I'm gonna give it a try. Okay, alright, so you're gonna give it a try. Brian, thanks John, everyone. Great way to spend a Saturday afternoon, but Saturday also mean house chores. Take care. You take care, Mr. Kim. You take care. Uh, okay, Alan Papp and Jack Collins here. Been very lucky. I had 2 bad CSC 24Ts that I had to return. Both had finish issues. There you go. So that's the thing with Harley Bentons. They tend to have problems like this. You know, not a lot, but it does have it does happen. Right. Wait. So Ian to Mike, be careful when you smooth down the fret ends. That alone will improve things. No more cheese square frets, and the bridge can be sent down slightly. You're in for a world of fun. You see, there you go. But just do it in increment, okay, Mike? Just do it slowly and not rush it, because I made a mistake of using the wrong tools, and yeah, I screw up my nut big time. Not my left or the right, but my guitar nut. And I had to replace the nut because I used the wrong tool, you know. And yeah, you gotta be really careful about it, right? Oh man, my mother was absolutely tone deaf. It was almost impossible to sing in church next to her, but God doesn't care. He hears a song in our heart and all our voice. All right, Dennis. Yeah, I know where you're at. You know, I used to lead worship in church, and my church used to be real small, like 100 over odd. And there would be this guy's brother who would come out to the front, and he would sing, you know, out to the Lord, but he would be like singing flat, sharp, tone deaf. It was a challenge to me, you know. But you know, you get by because I guess his heart was in the right place, even though his pitch wasn't. God doesn't mind. I'll get Tom to check. I'll get my wife to pray for you here. Her one seems to work really well. What? What you talking about? Okay, I miss you guys there. Jack, I have to say, Jonathan, that the best luck I ever had was with my XP LTDs and I love them. Oh, cool. Yeah, you're telling me you had 3 LTDs, so you should know a thing or two about them. Happy Brick, do you think plug-in artists can rival with classic amps with SM57? You know what about 57s? They're not the best mic for amps. People have used Rabin mics, even though Rabins have multi-directional coverage. So you're not gonna use you're gonna have a total coverage like an apple shape. You're gonna have like a figure 8 for Rabin, but that doesn't matter because sometimes people just want that room noise, so it works. And Rabin mics tends to have a warmer sound to it, and that's great for tube amps. So SM57 are just like workhorses mics that people would just stick on in front of the amps, and they mostly do it in a live situation. And there's also the AKG 414, which delivers a total different take on amps. So yeah, there are many mics to choose from, and the good thing about the Helix is that I'm given the opportunity to test all these mics, even you know within the soundboard. I mean within the multi effects itself. But I've mic'd this amp with all these mics physically and in the real life. I've done that, and they come pretty close. They do come pretty close. Hey Jonathan, I saw the SG review. Love it. I can't find one at the most mainstream music outlets where artists. So Guitar Center stopped carrying them for some. Yeah, Dennis, in case you missed it, I've mentioned that this guitar is out of production. LTD doesn't do that anymore. So I guess the combination with the China-made guitar with the EMG pickups, that's what you can find here. They're discontinued, so you can find them. But I did put a link earlier on to a shop in KL, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and they still carry one, I guess. And so you might want to check them out. Do you still need the link? I'm gonna post it again. I hope I still have it. Okay, I'm gonna post it again. Okay, Dennis. So you take a look. So you might just want to contact them and see if you can get hold of them. And then not selling it too expensive. You know, it's brand new. Okay, so Robert R. Hi. Do I have a favorite pedal? My all-time favorite pedal. Yes, I do. It's my Mesa Boogie V-Twin. It's inside the cupboard here. It's kind of hard to access, but I did a video about it, so you might just want to search for it in YouTube. It's called the Mesa Boogie V Twin, and it's a tube distortion pedal with 2 channels. I love that pedal to death. You know, that's my favorite pedal. Although I don't know whether you can constitute that as a pedal because it's a big, huge thing. Like it weighs like a ton too. Ian, for recording, yes, happy break, but not for live unless you have a great in-ear monitoring on stage cap for getting feedback. All right, Jack. I have the Benton Mini Mahogany GSB copy. It's a cool guitar, but definitely not right out of the box. Action was really high, but luckily it has shims under the saddle, easy to set up. Yeah, great. So you had it, all right? Yeah, that's one of the better guitars. There's another guitar, the Delta Blues or something like that. It's like a travel size guitar. Yeah, that guitar looks really good, but you know, in terms of sound, you know. No, I wonder whether it sounds the same as this one that I just played. It's like a travel size guitar. It sounded okay, you know. It doesn't sound too bad. You know, I think it sounds better than the Delta Blues treble size guitar. Anyways, it's a nice guitar to look at. Really pretty. Okay, I have the Benton. I have the Schecter PT Special with P90s in neck. It sounds awesome. Yeah, someone was talking about that. Terry. Yeah. Cool. God, Jack, you really modded that guitar well. Yeah, and that's the thing with Harley Benton guitars. You know, sometimes the tuners are really bad, especially on acoustics, on their acoustics. But the one on the CLD 41, yeah, the D41 clone from Harley Benton, those tuners are not too bad, not too shabby. But then again, this guitar is also not that cheap. You know, it costs a bit. The tom is, well, Tom, you're saying the thumb is actually fine now. It all grew back very well. I had a battle of band gigs 2 weeks after and had to play rhythm flamenco. Oh wow, cool. Well, I'm glad, Tom. Ian, deject the how does the HB compare to the chords? Hi Sean Wilkinson. I was lucky I found this channel this week when I was looking for a review for a GNL Comanche. Your review was great and I subscribed right then. Welcome to the channel, Sean, and welcome to the live stream. If you have any questions, you know, we have a great community here. You know, some of these cats here are really great musicians and they're friendly as heck. You know, more friendlier than the friendliest golden retrievers that you ever find. They're really nice guys, nice chaps. So we have a mishmash of people here, and yeah, you can always ask your questions, and if I don't answer them, some of them will. Right? Okay. See, there you go. So who's this? Okay. So Dennis, you got that link that I sent you, right? So, okay. CNN fake news. Chord acoustics. Okay. I have a few of the Gold Series chord. I'll take my time and okay, you got it. Okay, cool. I just to make a quick demo on my channel of my new Martin 00. I prefer it over a GS Mini. Cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Martin 00 is it's a bit different from the GS Mini. Definitely. I mean, I think I reviewed one of them, and I actually played it side by side, did a comparison with the GS Mini. It does sound different. See, there you go. You guys are talking about yourself. I can't believe the sound of that travel guitar through the mic. No? Does it sound good through the mic? Because it sounds small from my hearing. It's not that small. It has that weight and all that. It doesn't sound like my GS Mini. Definitely not. This is this is a whole lot smaller than my GS Mini. Shakespeare, a man after my own heart. I have a Martin. Yeah, alright. It's a gorgeous sounding guitar. Cool. Mike, thanks, Chad. It has potential. If it works out, I'll be sending it to my grandson. My son plays well. Cool. Jack, yes, I use it for travel. I actually really like the pickup in it for recording. Don't know why. It sounds more natural than the other PCs I have. Okay, cool. Alright, you guys are talking among themselves. Jack, make great guitars. I have a golden multi-rack SA here, but I've been looking at the cedar top seagull acoustics. Nice. Ian to Jack, is the Fishman system? They are good for recording. I know Jonathan Cohen doesn't find them all that good, and they're not so good live. No. You know what, Ian? There are a couple of models from Fishman, and lately I've been finding that the ones that were on the SC13, the Martin SC13, which is the MXT, and then I actually played one which is a Sigma, right? It's a Sigma guitar that I reviewed, and that was also on the Fishman MX. They actually they sound pretty decent, It's a far cry from the other Fishman pickups that I tried or reviewed, either from the Martin or from the Harley Benton guitars, and they just sound plastic to me. But the MT or the MX series, not too bad. There you go, Dennis. I'm torn between the Martin SC13 and 16EC. I'll play the 16CE and like it. So Jonathan's review. Any thoughts? Orangewood, Mike. Yeah, I mean I heard about them, but no, I haven't tried them yet. So, and you're right. Shipping from Germany has been a problem lately. It's virtually a no-go as far as Germany to Singapore. Yeah, I stopped having things sent over from Germany for the longest time. Apparently DHL has refused to send anything from Germany to Singapore. So I don't know about the States, could be the same case. Tom, John, of all the guitars you review, which one's the hardest to give back? From where? from Harley Benton? Or from all the guitars I review, which one's the hardest to give back? Well, the hardest ones are not given back. They stay here. they stayed here. So far, the couple of them, and they all stayed here. They never went back. I paid for them. So maybe you want to rephrase that question, Tom. Jack Collins, I went to my uncle's when I was 11 years old and told him I wanted to learn how to play guitar. He gave me some no-name Les Paul in a box. I took it apart and told me to put together. Teach me. Wow, cool. Hi, Kendricks. Own any Gibson Les Paul? If you do, what are their models? Are you asking all of us or just me? Because I do have a Les Paul. I have a Gibson, what is that? Oh, good lord. For the life of me, I couldn't remember. You have the custom, you have the standard. What's the other one? I have the other one with the smoother neck, that is a 1996 or 7 model. Yeah, it's a a pre-2000 guitar. Really good. Yeah, I really like it. I had the video up, so you want to check them out. Cheese pepperoni. I have a pedal board and I want to record into the DI with minimal noise. Any suggestion? I'm plugging my pedal board straight into the DI and Not sure if that's smart or not. So what sort of pedal board are you talking about? Is it a pedal board with cap simulations or what? Bye, Ian. Have to go eat pizza. Oh, okay. Would love to join you. I love pizza. Yeah, yeah, fun. All right. So yeah, you got to let me know, Cheese. What sort of pedal board you're talking about? Are you talking about the normal pedal boards? We're getting an amp with some cap sims output and putting the board through that be better. Yeah. You can get some of the loaded, what you call it, loaded resistors, sort of a gadget. They have a couple of them, so they more or less kind of simulate how a amp would sound without coming out through speakers. So you can actually plug your pedal board through that unit, and then from that unit into a what you call it, the mixer. So there are a couple of brands out there. So one of them is what is that? What rocket propeller something propeller head something like rocket head. The one that what is that? God, I forgot the name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, everybody uses that nowadays. So yeah, you might just want to check it out. So guys, help me out here. I forgot what it's called. I have all sorts of guitars. I have 16. I have Jackson, Ibanez, Harley Benton, and Epiphones of all kind. Torpedo, yeah, the torpedo head or something like that. Yeah, so you might just want to check it out. No, no, Jack. Reason is like a plugin. The torpedo. I'm gonna search it for you. Torpedo cap. I think it's called torpedo cap. Yep. There you go. I'm gonna put a link down so you can check whether who is carrying this. I believe either Sweetie or Davis in Singapore will carry this. Yeah, that's right, Jack the Rabbit torpedo cap. Yeah, you got that? Cheese pepperoni. I put a link down so you can check it out. That doesn't work. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what sort of pedal board you have. It should work with this. And if it's noisy, then you got to check whether in the first place, before you plug in the guitar, is it noisy in the get-go. If it's noisy even before you plug in the guitar, then something is wrong with some of the patch cables, right? But if you don't have anything, and then if you were to plug in the guitar, it could be the wiring of the guitar. Maybe try different guitars, like a humbucker guitar as opposed to a single coil, and see what's the difference, right? And Jack has a good suggestion. Here's a Rivera Rock Crusher, so that's something to look at. They have a couple of these effects in the market, so you may just want to take a look at them. Oh wow! We're gonna hit a new record. 4 hours. It's gonna be like 4 a.m. I've been at this since what, 11:45, 11:50. Yeah, remember Jack? You're gonna go barbecue some ribs and kick back. Okay. You take care, Jack. And I can hug you. I'll hug you. Yeah. Remember, the Lord will come for you. Right? You just take it easy. So, any more questions? Because all right. Yeah, cheese and pepperoni. Thank you. I'm hungry now. Barbecue sounds good, man. Yeah. Okay, who's up for In and outs. Hey, Eric, just curious, John, do you still have your GNL Tribute Blues Boy? Since you also have the more expensive Fullerton Blues Boy, I guess I'll be more inclined to get the Tribute if you still keep it. If you still keep it, though. Well, no. I don't have it. I kind of trade it with the Blues Boy, with the Fullerton Deluxe, because after playing the Fullerton Deluxe, yeah, the whole quality and the feel is totally different. And I think I make a video of it about falling in love with a guitar, and the Blues Boy, the Fullerton Deluxe Blues Boy, is one of the reasons why I made that video, because it's about falling in love with a guitar like this one, this SG here. How after playing it, I just fall in love with it. So yeah, I know I'm a slut. Yeah. Yeah, it happens. So it's a great guitar. Don't get me wrong. It's a great guitar for its price, and the fact that it's all natural, it's great. Pickups are a bit different when it comes to the neck pickup, because the humbucker and the neck pickup is very different from the Fullerton Deluxe, and there is another model with totally different pickups. So you get to choose wisely on which one you want. And I don't think City Music is carrying anymore, because most of them are out of stock. In fact, they don't have any Fullerton Deluxe Blues Boys, so you got to order. It's pretty fast, yeah. And if I were you, you can actually specify what you want. Go for the Akuma or the Swamp Ash body, Swamp Ash or Atuma, whatever you call it. Those have real nice grains to it, and yeah, something to think about. Anyway. Who's leaving? Jack? Jack is leaving? Oh, no, that's Jack Collins. Okay. Yeah, Alan. T-minus 4 hours and counting. Yeah, so I'm going to end at 4. So I have like about, 10 minutes, right? Cool. Yeah, I'll probably drop by on Tony's live stream. That's tomorrow, but I might be late because I have lessons. I have lessons on Sunday nights, so yeah. Mike, thank you, Jonathan. My brother's birthday is today. We'll celebrate mine tomorrow. Cool. Happy birthday, Mike, again. All right, take care. All right, Dennis, good. I'm heading out too. 4 hours, man. You take care, Dennis. So, Eric, any more questions from you? Any more SG guitars that you plan to review in the future? Yes, probably the other Viper series, like maybe the 1000, the 800s, or even the 400s. But I'm just biding my time, because I don't think I will buy those guitars. So it's a good guitar to review. Partly because of the price, and partly because I don't like SGs to be like too bling. Some of them are really too bling. But nice looking guitars. So yeah, I might just want to review some of them. Another 7 minutes, Alan. Yeah. Keep me company till then. So I'll make it even 4 hours. It's always 4 hours, but just I make it even 4 a.m. 7 minutes more. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. This morning. It's always fun, and you guys bring so much joy to my heart each time. The Firebirds, no, I haven't tried the Firebirds. Yeah, it's like Epiphone. What can I say about Epiphone? There's certain guitars for Epiphone that I really like the Casinos. I love the Casinos. But stuff like the Firebirds and all that, I'm not really too keen on that. Hey Jack, are you still working on that song of yours, or are you gonna do an EP or whatever? Or are you coming out with an album? Alan, I'm still here to the end of time. Well, Ian is out. Ian is left us. Right. So good night, Bunyano. So you're only British around. The only British around. Terry Atkinson, they look interesting. Yes, they do. They do. I mean, I just don't like the shape, you know. Yeah, Paulo says he disliked the Epiphone logo so much. George Onaka, hi John. Okay, I started watching your channel, I think maybe half a year now, and you really inspired me to pick up the half-size classic guitar that I had in the house and learn to play, and I want to thank you. Oh, you're welcome, George. You're welcome. I'm glad to hear that you know that I could just inspire you to kind of play guitar. This is what the channel is all about. Yeah, you know, it warms my heart to you. Thank you for telling me that. It's like the Euro symbol. Yeah, Paul. So I know where you are at. Yeah, is Portugal doing like a Brett exit too? Tom, I have a Harley Benton. Jack is still here. I thought you were going for a barbecue. I have a Harley Benton DC custom SG. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. That's one of those guitars that I actually requested from Harley Benton. They're supposed to send me before this whole COVID-19 thing happened. It has a lot of neck dive, but it's a great guitar otherwise. I put lid weights in the control area and moved the strap pin. And it's just perfect now. Yeah, we do what we can to make it like, you know, balance. Yeah, I'm kind of glad this guitar is not that much of a problem. So I guess they kind of reinvented this whole thing. It's really a modern take on the SG. I mean, 24 frets, you know. It ruins the look of the guitar. Yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes logos can happen, you know. Jack, I want to do an album or EP, but I have trouble doing vocals here since my roommates are always here. I would love to find a producer to help me out. Well, fly over here, Jack. I'll produce you. You can record right here. Yeah, I don't mind doing that for you, Jack. Well, one way to do it is to get a producer, because you need a producer to tell you whether you're flat or whether you're sharp, and you need a place that you can concentrate on singing. So, and you got great vocals, you got great vocal chops, you know, and it'd be a shame if your vocals are not recorded correctly. Night, Shakespeare. You take care, brother. Yeah, I'll see you again. If you can get out of the restriction, of the flight restriction. You know what? What, Jack? I have to agree. Tom, move the strap pin, and it'll be fine. You'll move from where you sit. Yeah, that's right. I got an idea for you. If you haven't done it so far, why don't you assemble one of those builds yourself, guitars, and make a video about it? Well, the reason why I don't want to do it is because I'm really bad at building stuff. You know, I you know, for the life of me, you know, like for example, I think the only thing I'm really good at is the stuff from IKEA that I bought and I fixed myself. And those are great. I mean, those are easy. But to fix up a guitar is a whole different thing altogether. You know. Jack, I have everything to do my vocals here, but when they aren't home. But mixing and all is too much to do alone. Yeah, obviously. And do you have friends to do mixing for you? I mean, friends that can do it pro bono or stuff like that. You know, and yeah, to mix an album is not easy. You know, for me, like for example, to do some of the songs that I did, and like, for example, the last one I did, Can't Cry Hard Enough. Even those were like kind of easy to mix. You know, to do it takes a bit of effort. So unless you have experience in mixing, you know, you're probably gonna, yeah, take a lot of time. I'm still online and barbecuing until I got to start the barbecue minute. What are you having, Jack? Ribs? corn, potatoes. What are you having? Tempt me. Oh, is it 5? Yeah, it's 4 a.m. right now. Oh, cool. How much do you pay per month on Luthers? Me? No, I don't. I don't pay a lot because like I said, I do a lot of setup myself. To build a guitar is a different thing altogether. So I'm really bad at electronics. You know, some of you have probably seen the soldering work that I did when I swap the parts. Yeah, and yeah, it's just too much work for me. Jack, I don't know anyone in the music scene here. I'm really introvert like you, and I only started putting out original music 7 months ago. COVID happened right when I wanted to start doing live gigs. Okay, so okay, I hear you. You know what, Jack? If I were you, because I know the situation in the States is not happening, or it's not going to improve for quite some time, and don't rush it. You know what I would do? I would what I would advise. I would advise you to just keep on writing songs, and aim for an album release. Aim for 10. Write 13 or 14 songs for an album of 10. If you're gonna release an EP, then work on a song, write for 8, aiming for 5 or 4. Always kind of like write more than what you plan for a release. And take your time, because you have all the time in the world, so don't worry about the mixing, don't worry about the recording of the vocals. It will happen once the situation has calmed down, right? And yeah, if I were you, I'd just concentrate on the songs, and I think this is the best time to do it, because you're an introvert, you don't get out, you get out to work, but you have all the time, and you're going to spend some time at home. So in the meantime, if you have the means, you might want to look for a alternate place to live in, somewhere where you can stay alone in your own room and you can do your own stuff. Since you're going to do this, like this is going to be a passion for a long term, you might just think of getting an apartment of your own. I don't know. I'm not sure about your financial situation. It's something to look at and something to think about. Unless you are like terribly afraid of being alone. But if you're not, then you'll be better off in an apartment of your own, so you can concentrate on making music at your own time, at any time you want. So something to think about. Cool, right? John, if you do IKEA and build bridges, I reckon you'll be great at guitar assembly. Even if it went sideways, it will make a great video. What? Obsidian wiring bonus needs no soldering. Really? Okay, I'll check it out. But there's something that I like from Harley Benjamin, because most of the guitars that comes in a building kit, I have them. The SC450 kit, or the Tally kit, or the Strat kits, and I have all the guitars, so there's nothing interesting for me to kind of build, unless like I'm talking about a paint job, which I really suck at it. I don't know. Paulo, you have a band called 123 megabytes is a gig. You haven't had a gig yet. Yeah, very good. Only nerds like us will understand the joke. So Jack, you are looking to move out of state. Yeah, so maybe just look forward to that, and move out and get an apartment of your own. Yeah, I mean, depending on your financial situation. So if you're in a comfortable position where you can actually move out in an apartment of your own and do your own stuff, that'd be great. I'm blessed because my wife leaves me alone in this room. I do my own cleaning in this room as much as possible. I vacuum the carpets and stuff like that, wipe down the dust. Sometimes my wife will come in and do it for me when I'm not around. But she knows me enough to know that she's not supposed to touch anything. And this is my personal man cave, in more ways to speak, because this is where I do my work, this is where I earn my living. So yeah, to have a room like that is conducive to your music making. And if you're gonna aim for this in the long term, then it'd be good to have your own place. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's an old joke, Paul. Shakespeare, do you have any plans in the future to visit New York? I would love to. I have visited New York 3 times in my lifetime right now so far, and I'm thinking that I might go up again, maybe next year, because there's always gigs to play in Atlantic City. And the last time I was there, I was actually hoping to make a trip down to New York for some sightseeing, and check out some of the guitar shops, or to catch a play. But I didn't have much time. So if Atlantic City is the last gig of tour, like for example, if I were to go to Reno first and then go to Atlantic City, and if some of the members of the band decide to stay together for 1 or 2 days, then I would really seriously consider just hanging 1 or 2 days in New York, and it'll be great because I can meet guys who are from New York. I know there are some guys who are close by to Atlantic City, so who knows. Jack, California is really ridiculous, but it's beautiful here. I'm thinking of Arizona or Texas. I don't know, somewhere warm but not humid. Yeah, Arizona is nice. I love Arizona. Texas, I don't know. Or yeah, I don't know. I've been to Texas before. I've been to Dallas. I've been to a couple of places, Houston. But I love Arizona because I spent a lot of time in Arizona, especially in Tucson. And in Tucson, things are like really. I think it's great for you, Jack. It's a great place for you because it's like it's a retired town. It's for retired people, and it's really slow, really nice. It has a cowboy feel to it. And yet again, it has a sort of a yuppie feel to it too at the same time. So, interesting place to stay. And if you want to move out, Yeah, California can get a bit stifling, depending on where you are. Shakespeare, do you build this room for this purpose, or did you convert in an existing room? Well, what happens is I stay in an apartment, right? So this is like these are apartments from the government, and they're really nice. This whole block of apartments have been around for many years. I guess about what, maybe 40 years, right? 30 years. Maybe, yeah, give or take, 30 years, 30, 40 years. Anyway, so the government, back in the 2000, maybe around 2003 or 4, they had a scheme where they kind of like extend the layout. So they added an additional space for us. But we gotta pay. Nothing is for free with this government. So we pay a couple $1,000 for this, about maybe $25,000 for that space. So which ended up with this room, and it's supposedly a utility room. It's not big, but it's not small. You can actually fit a bed in if you want to. So a lot of people has transformed this room to an additional bedroom, and they kind of like rent out to guys who want a cheap place to stay, especially for workers around here. So a lot of guys do that. But when they built this room, I was so glad because, hey, I claim it. This is my room. This is going to be my studio. And my wife agreed because I was doing work in my kids' room, which is bad. And it was just okay because the kids were like, the girls were like sleeping with us in our own bedroom when we were young. So, but when they started, hitting the teenage years, I guess there would be a problem. And God planned it in such a way that, this thing came right around the same time. So I kind of shift all my equipment here. It took me a while because I was using older stuff like ADATs and stuff like that, and I gotta get a friend to wire it for me. But now these things are all redundant because I don't use ADATs anymore, and I'm looking for a way to offload all these ADATs because they're not gonna fetch any money, and nobody's gonna pay money for an ADAT system. Yeah. So I'm thinking like in time to come, I might just have to revamp this place again. And again, I'm reluctant to do that because I like the vibe that I have in this room. I probably change the aircon unit. This is like way too noisy. But other than that, I like the vibe of this room. I feel really comfortable in this place, and that's the thing. I need to be comfortable in the place I'm working, long hours. Like for example, if I'm doing a video, I spend like a couple of hours here at one time. 6-7 hours, you know. Or if I'm doing arrangement, I spend probably a day or two, you know. Anyway, Shakespeare, how was COVID-19 changed life in Singapore? Well, I mean, it's coming back normal, I guess. Since they kind of like relax the lockdown, guys are still hanging out, you know, in shopping malls are packed. But everybody's wearing a mask, you know. Everybody, I mean everybody, and those who are not wearing masks, they'll be fined, and they'll be hauled off if they were violently objectional to wearing a mask. They'll be hauled off to jails. And so far, we have a couple of expatriates, especially from Americans, from America or from the UK or from anywhere, Europeans who are expats, you know, who works here. They have been they have their work permit revoked. They're not supposed to work here anymore, and they were ordered back home because they violated the law. You know, they have hung around without mask. You know, and we get a couple of these expatriates here all the time because of their supposedly, you know, imaginative, superior thinking, the colonial superior thinking. So some of them do practice that, and I'm glad that the government stepped in, and because they violated the law, they have their work permit revoked. You know, supposed, and some of them have even been banned from entering this country. So yeah, and not only these American or you know Caucasian workers, but some of the Chinese workers who have violated the laws, they are dealt the same card. So the Indian workers, same thing. We have a couple of cases where some North Indian, especially women, I don't know why they're always women, who says they're not going to wear a mask because they are sovereign. So in case you don't know about this sovereign movement, they do not recognize any law enforcement, they do not recognize any government, so they practice that, and they try to practice it here by not wearing a mask and being violent, real violent, like, you know, cursing people out, and you know, and they got arrested. Yep. So this is what's happening in Singapore. Other than that, everything is kind of back to normal. You know, the cinemas are probably going to be open soon, and if we keep the community cases down, because it's already dropping a whole lot, yeah, they might just go into phase 3. Phase 3 means there'll be more leeway, you know, less restriction. You know, probably churches will be open by then. We'll be able to hang out. Maybe by the time we hit phase 4, it will be like reopening of clubs, which is good. Reopening of the casinos, which is really good because that's where work will come in. And hopefully the opening of borders to China or to anywhere else, as long as the countries are safe. So, yeah, this is what the situation is all about. Hey, you're still around, Tom. I thought you'd be gone to bed. You guys are still awake, and I'm still awake. God knows why I'm still awake. Anyway, so Rising Moon, just saw your video of the Yamaha. Well, that's a long time ago. 611. Because Hal from the band Esther is playing one of those guitars. She also has a Red Star, but I don't know the exact model. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Rising Moon. I hope you subscribe to this channel. If you haven't, please subscribe to this channel. I'm leaning towards Arizona because I don't watch sports ball. Yeah, Arizona's a great place to stay. And Scooter is from Arizona, so you guys can probably touch base. Paula, California reminds me of Johnny Mitchell. You know, California reminds me of a song by Manfred Mann's Earth Band in the album Blinded by the Light. In that album, there is a song called California. Love that song. Check it out. Shakespeare, do you live by Marina Bay Sands area? Yeah, pretty nearby. Marina Bay Sands is a affluent area, so there's not much residents there, mainly apartments and casinos. I stay about 2 km, maybe 3 km away from Marina Bay Sands. I cycle there all the time, you know, so that's part of my route when I go cycling at night. And Ventura Highway by America. Yes, Paolo. One of my favorite songs. You grew up in Connecticut. The first time I heard about Connecticut, Jack, was from a novel. What's that novel name? A Night in Connecticut or something like that. You know, really great story about this guy who was transported back in time in Connecticut, something like that. You know, it was the first time I heard about the name Connecticut. Oh god, I'm yawning away, so I guess it's about time. Tom, John, there's a great ambience in the room. You got the acoustics spot on. You know, it's by fluke, Tom. You know, in case you guys don't see this, I actually have a wall of CD. I'm gonna try to put the webcam, so just for you guys, okay? I don't know where I can get this to work, because my webcam is all tangled up. Oh my good lord, it is really tangled up. It's kind of hard to get it out without jeopardizing anything. So I don't know where you can see this. How am I going to do this? Oh, you can't, because I have set it up in such a way. Well, maybe next time I'll do a shot of how it looks like. You know, this I have a wall of CDs and DVDs and whatnot. You have Blu-rays and everything in this side, so it helps. And then back there, I have all my guitars hung, and the cases at the bottom. So the guitar gig bags and everything acts as a diffuser, and it absorbs the lows of wherever the speakers go. I do not have a bass beam for the speakers. These are just stereo pair of speakers, and they're great. You know, these are the Audix pair of speakers that I love. And that's about it. And for this side, you know, where my window is, I have my guitars hung up too, and those act as diffusers too. So the only live spot is around here, but then I have the treatment on my door, and here I have another shelf where I hang some more CDs and stuff. So those act as diffusers too. So all these are by by necessity, you know, and somehow it works. And I have a carpet, so yeah. Cool. Man for Man Earth Band. That's a nice song, California. Todd, you still around? I thought we had gone on by then. Paula, you have a friend who lives in Macau where the pandemic started in Asia. I was a bit reminded of him being there. Now Macau is one of the safest places to be now. Yeah. Macau is pretty cool. I love to go up there because, you know, they have really good food, and the Portuguese influence in the cuisine is something else, you know. Okay, live. Didn't see you live. Seems that you guys are having a lot of fun. Always a good place to hang. Yes. Oh, I'm about to leave right now. I'm hitting like, oh my good lord, 4.5 hours. Not good. I don't want to hit 5 hours. I've been there for 2 years ago. €8 for some frozen French fries, but it's beautiful. Yeah. Axis, hey, you're here. You've been on all day. I had time to record a video, upload it, take the household trash to a dump, come back, have lunch, and you're still on. Yeah, I don't know why the things. Yes, Andrew Awaken, you hit the nail on the head. The Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. I love that. I love that novel, you know, and it's always been something that intrigues me when I was young, you know, when I was when I was like what, 8, 10, 11, yeah. It's a great novel. Jack, I have a few friends in Arizona. Dane, Zims, Guitars is my buddy. I know Phil McKnight is also out there. Cool. I like Phil, you know, he's a great guy, you know, although I don't know him. Lawrence Petros battles Glenn from Guitar and Dr. Guitars, my buddy Dave. Cool. Oh yeah, good company there. So you should go out there. You know. Hey Tom, right? Ciao. I see you. You take care, brother. Tom, you take care. Yeah, I'm about to leave, Axis. And guys, I'm about to leave because I'm yawning away. I'm hungry. I'm gonna look for food. Todd, last question. Why do cables get so tangled? I don't know, man. Cables are like that, you know. You should see the side of my cables when I'm doing live gigs. You know, it's horrible. So that's what I make it a point to kind of like make my workspace as neat as possible. But sometimes you just can't do it because the guys, the sound crew, and the stagehands don't even know what the heck they're doing. So I have cables running everywhere, like, you know, spaghetti, and that's bad. I really like some of the Chinese concerts that I do in China, where the sound crew or whether the stage crew are really, you know, on the ball. They're really professional, so they come in, they'll staple the set on the floor. They make sure that all my cables are set in such a way where I don't trip up. You know, great guys to work with. Right. Once, Paul, you have something with vapor. What? Oh, that's the dehumidifier. So because I have the air conditioning on all the time, sometimes it gets really dry. And when it gets really dry, it's not good for the guitars too, as well as my voice, because sometimes I talk a lot. Like today, I've been talking for 4 hours, or when I'm doing singing. So sometimes I have the humidifier on, so that I don't get too dry. And it's bad for the skin too. You know, sometimes I itch because it's just too dry. And you've been here like 4 hours. Yeah, it's bad. Bye, Terry. Nah, don't worry about it, Todd. Hey, hi, Tim. Wife let me get a guitar. Ha ha ha. Cool. Which one are you getting, Tim? Brugge is nice, but there's so much tourists here. Yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah, Venice and Rome is the same thing. I don't know, Jack. Don't serve pizza right now, so I'm gonna just cook up some instant noodles. Yeah, probably instant noodles. I have some Mexican fried chicken somewhere in the fridge somewhere. Might just air fry it. Have you heard about air fries? Air frying? Pretty cool. One of the best invention. Right, so Paulo, when you get a chance, have a go at Carlos Paredes. Okay. See ya, amigo. I will do that. Sean Wilkinson was okay. It's late. Bye. I'll stay until the end. Yeah. I'm on my way out. See you soon. ATG Tony's live tomorrow. Yeah. Access. Go eat some rest and enjoy yourself. Enjoy and honor your health. Yeah, I always do. Health is everything. Night, guys. Night, brothers. You know, thank you for keeping me company. All right. I'll see you. And Jack, you know, I might just call you later on just to just talk to you. So yeah, just expect a call from me from Messenger. Paulo, pizza, instant noodles. How about that pork beef jerky? Yeah, it's gone. I finished it. All right, Andrew. Ciao. I finished that pork jerky. You know, it's gone. Early on, I loved those. Couldn't stop. All right. Bye, guys. Night.